Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Planning Applications Committee. This meeting has been live streamed and will be made available on the Council website for public viewing. For members and members of the public attending today, can you either please switch off your mobile phones or ensure they're on silent? Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting, writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please don't repeat contributions already made by our members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting so we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. Similar to the process now followed at full council, when considering motions or amendments which are substantive in nature, I will call a recess where necessary so that I may seek governance advice on competency. This is good practice in governance terms and will also provide for governance to be able to collate and circulate the terms of said motion or amendment to members in order that they have the opportunity to properly review it. I hope this process makes matters more effective, and I seek members' support in implementing this. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. And for your information, members, agenda item 9 has been withdrawn from our committee papers today by the applicant. So agenda item 9 will not be considered today. Our clerk, Nick, can you confirm Cedrin and apologies, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we have 8 members present in the hall. We have 7 present on Teams, those being Councillors Blake, Dennerley, Jordan, Lowe, Marshall, Thompson and Walters. We have an apology from Councillor Curry, and we have 3 members not present at the start of the meeting, those being Councillors Ian Carruthers, Archie Driver and Chrissy Hill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nick. Are there any declarations of interest, members? Councillor John Campbell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Item 4, statement of connection. I own property on Sim Road, and just to let you know that I may have to leave the meeting round about lunchtime, whenever that may be, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Ivor Hislop, please.
Statement of connection. I think I stay in Summer Park Road with regard to item 5.
Thank you, Councillor Hislop. Any other declarations of interest? Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 3, the minute of the previous meeting of the 25th of June 2025 for approval. Is this a true record? Of Emma Jordan. Emma, please. Councillor Jordan.
Apologies, Chair. Thank you. Apologies. I did put my hand up about a little bit too late there. Just a statement of connection I'd like to make with item 4. I've been to various meetings regarding the regeneration of Lockside, and so, but it's only a statement of connection, and I feel I can still participate in a meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jordan, and my apologies for missing you. Who else? Councillor Walters, please.
I'm just on the minutes. It's presumably not meant to be the previous meeting of the June 2025. It's presumably meant to be June 2026, which is what it says in the minute, but that's not what it says in the PDF.
Well spotted, Councillor Walters. The minute we now move on to agenda item 3, which is the minute of the previous meeting of 25th of June 2026. I'm sure that'll be amended if we agree the minute. Is this a correct minute? Are members happy to agree it? There's agreement within the chamber. And other than the correction, I'm grateful to Councillor Walters for pointing it out. There seems to be no other information or amendments from the members joining on Teams. So we'll agree that's a true record of the meeting. And I will now ask our clerk, Nick, to carry out the information or outline the procedure for today. Nick, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. The Planning Applications Committee will consider each application in turn as detailed on the agenda. The case officer or other appointed officer will make a short presentation addressing the determining issues accompanied by digital images. Any late information, amendments or corrections will be reported at this time. Members may ask questions of officers following the presentation on points of clarification. The Chair has been provided with a list of eligible representatives who have registered to speak at the meeting within the period specified in Council policy. No other persons will be allowed to speak. The Chair will individually invite those who have registered in advance to speak to make their presentation, after which they may be questioned by committee members. No questions may be asked of members. The order of eligible parties being heard will be as follows. Third parties objecting to an application, third parties supporting an application, statutory consultees objecting to an application, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Applications Committee. Such members should withdraw from the meeting after making their presentation. And finally, applicants or their agents. Representatives are offered the option of attending today's meeting in person or joining remotely via MS Teams, and a copy of the public speaking list is available from the committee officer taking notes of our proceedings and has been uploaded to the Teams chat. Presentations will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per person, excepting for national and major developments, which by their very nature are more complex, where the time limit will be 5 minutes. The chair of the committee will ask you to come to a conclusion if you take too long. Representatives are encouraged to use the time allotted to clarify any points they consider material and address the determining issues. Certain matters are not normally material planning considerations and will not be taken into account by the council when deciding on a planning application. Representatives should not raise any new matters without explaining why they were not raised earlier with the case officer. Please do not repeat what is in the report, as members will already have read the report. After all the representations have been heard, the meeting is then in formal session and no members of the public may address the committee from the public gallery. The Planning Applications Committee will then decide to determine the application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Nick. We now move on to the agenda for today. And the first agenda is agenda item 4, an application of the land of east of Syme Road, /Finlater Court, /Riddle Avenue and west of Glasgow Road, Lochside, Dumfries. Planning application for the erection of 52 number of dwelling houses, class 9, and hub facility building, formation of vehicular access, access roads and paths, landscape and associated work, case reference 260526 full, and this is a major application, so there'll be 5 minutes for representatives to make their case. This report has been presented by Graham Smith. Graham, are you with us today? And if so, can you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. We could go to the first slide of the presentation, please. Shows the location of the site within the Lochside neighbourhood, which is northwest of Dumfries town centre. The application site is outlined red, which you can see most clearly on the plan on the right-hand side, and is a piece of public open space adjoining the A74 Glasgow Road to the east. And it's in the middle of a predominantly residential part of the town. The open space contains pedestrian linkages and trees dispersed around it, but comprises mainly of large expanses of grass. As I've noted on page 30 of the report, Local Development Plan 2 identifies it as protected open space. albeit the Lochside Master Plan, which was adopted last year, has established that some residential development at this location can be accommodated in such a way that can enhance the open space and wider Lochside neighbourhood. The next slide shows a photo of the site from the middle, looking west towards Sime Road. You can see how extensive and open the area is from this image. The next slide is again from a central part of the site looking north. And the next slide shows part of the northern section adjoining Glasgow Road. As you can see, the site serves as a convenient through route for pedestrians and cyclists. The next slide again shows the northern part of the site from Sime Road. There's a cluster of trees in the middle. These would largely be retained as part of this development, the plans for which I'll show you in a minute. The next slide shows Sime Road, which turns into Findlater Court. This part of the street has quite an open quality to it, almost unfinished in character, with the built environment abruptly making way to open grass. The next slide just shows some of the existing street. And then if we can move on to the southern end, there's a footpath that comes from Lochside Road and seems to taper off, again with a kind of unfinished quality. This next slide shows Sime Road looking north. The development, as I'll show you in a minute, is looking to make a continuation of the existing street scenes. And the next slide shows views down Riddle Avenue, looking south with the development site on the left. And the final image shows the southern part where the development is proposed, again with open grass and some trees. The next slide shows a couple of overhead views. The one on the right-hand side, first of all, shows a blue area in the middle of the site and 3 areas where development is proposed. Topography is such that those areas more susceptible to flooding in the centre are largely avoided. And as you can see in the left-hand layout, the existing street scenes of Sime Road, Findlater Court and Riddle Avenue are extended, with surface water controlled via attenuated flow to the combined sewer. The next slide shows an overhead view of what's proposed. On the left, you have the northern section where 42 of the units are proposed in 2 separate clusters with a variety of house types from 1-bedroom properties up to 4-bed units, featuring semi-detached and terraced house types and an NHS hub, which is a single-storey unit integrated centrally. On the right-hand side, you have the southern section where the remaining 10 units are proposed, again with a variety of house types ranging from single-storey flats to 5-bedroom properties. Each has its own dedicated parking and open space, and as you've probably already realised, the housing is to be delivered by a registered social landlord as part of the Strategic Housing Partnership. So the house types can be categorised as affordable housing and will be tailored for the people who need it most. The next slide shows some typical elevations. These would be the terrace units, the mixture of single-storey and 2, with simple pitched roof design and facing materials, with their colours selected to reflect the wider character of Lochside, comprising of facing brick and roof tiles. The next slide again shows some elevations. The application was accompanied by a design and access statement which had analysed existing buildings in the vicinity, and the proposal seeks to try and provide a more modern design, albeit one which retains key features and which I would consider can integrate successfully. The next slide just shows some elevations of the NHS hub building, which will include a group room, kitchen, office, stayover room with washing facilities for staff who will be caring for some of the inhabitants of the development. The next slide just shows landscaping and connectivity. The site would continue to act as a linkage to local amenities with opportunities for active travel enhanced, with footpaths extended and upgraded. 13 of the existing trees are to be removed. 142 trees are proposed, with the majority of the existing retained, particularly within that central cluster. A sensory garden is also proposed as part of this development. Moving on to the final slide, the first key issue is that this application will give the committee the opportunity to help deliver affordable housing, forming an important part of the strategic partnership. With respect to the principle of the land use at this location, this report is recognised as it's designated as open space in LDP2. It doesn't strictly accord with that aspect of the development plan. But since LDP2 was adopted, the Lochside Master Plan has found that a more flexible and dynamic approach can help deliver the much needed houses without detriment to the site itself or wider area. In principle, support of the development comes in other parts from the development plan, taking into account the multiple benefits that will take place if the committee are minded to approve the application. The design has been arrived at taking cognizance of the site itself and its surroundings, and our report on page 32 confirms that, in our view, it meets the 6 qualities of good design given by NPF 4. On this basis, and subject to the conditions, we recommend, starting on page 35 of your papers, the recommendation is favourable. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Graham. Thanks for your presentation. Members, do we have any questions for our case officer? Councillor John Campbell, please.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for your presentation. I'm looking at paragraph 2.2 on page 27, and the Council Roads says no objections in principle, but they were seeking clarification on a number of items. I'm just wondering, have we received that clarification, particularly around about the pedestrian parking conflict? Because in the report there's also an objector that's got concerns around about the parking in congestion areas. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Campbell. Graham, please.
Yes, within the last little while, we have received some plans which look to address some of the finer details that roads were looking for. So that plan has been received. It's not been looked at by roads in any great detail, but our position would be that the proposal achieves adequate parking. There may be some minor adjustments needed to the odd parking space here and there in terms of position and further clarification provided on certain things, but those would be minor details that can be resolved through the roads construction consent process, in our view, and they wouldn't make a kind of material planning impact.
Satisfied, Councillor Campbell?
Sort of, but it doesn't really address the objectors' concerns around the congestion for access, because I would assume with the number of properties that are going in there, you can't stop people from having cars. It's going to increase the number of cars that's coming in that area. So while there may be clarification around about the actual development roads, I'm just wondering about the actual access through Clarinda Drive, for example. Thanks.
Graham,
in terms of congestion, I should be clearer that there's been a kind of transport assessment carried out for this development, which has been analysed by colleagues in roads, and the level of parking proposed and congestion generated by the development has been found to not have an adverse impact. I appreciate that for an existing resident that maybe uses on-street parking, there may be less opportunities to do that, both in the construction period and post-development. But certainly the advice we've had back from roads is that in terms of the main things like congestion and parking are acceptable as proposed, and wouldn't be a reason to refuse the application or, in my opinion, to delay it from being determined.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Campbell. Councillor John Dennerley, please.
Hi and good morning, everybody, and thank you, convener. On page 33, it mentions about flood risk, and I'd like to seek some clarification. Obviously, there's concerns about the flooding area and the potential impact, and with climate change, I'm just wondering how we propose to address those concerns both now and in the future. It does mention there's a risk level with flooding, and so it may have an impact on home insurance and other factors, and so is there a need for further analysis of this and any potential risk with flood and the flood prevention plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Denley. Graham?
Thanks. Yes, there's been a flood risk assessment, there's been a drainage impact assessment, and roads have looked over the details of drainage too. So we've consulted SEPA as part of this application and our own flood risk experts. The SEPA have got back to us and said that it was below the threshold where they would give a comment, but our own flood risk team have raised no objections to what's proposed. Firstly, the housing is proposed, most of the housing is proposed out with the areas that are more susceptible to flooding, but the kind of NHS cluster in the central part kind of encroaches into that slightly. So there is a technical solution proposed by the engineers, which has been approved by our flood risk team, which is to store, like, for example, the surface water will be stored with flow attenuation into the combined sewer, much the same way as the existing area would function. So I think there's been quite a high volume of technical information submitted in terms of flood risk and drainage impact, and the relevant consultees have not objected to that. So I think on that basis we would come to the conclusion that a sustainable design has been arrived at.
That made me happy, Councillor Denley.
Yep, that's helpful. Thank you for that explanation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Denley. Councillor David Slater, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's on page 33. It's regarding possible flooding and the loss of green area. So the water, once the green area is gone, the water, they say, will drain to the sewer, but that, by taking the green area away, that will increase the water to the sewer. I just wonder if that has been taken into consideration. And also the loss of trees, could that add to a flooding situation as well? Thank you.
Graham, please.
There will be some trees lost, but there will be many more planted. In terms of the surface water, that will obviously hit the roofs and the hard standing, areas of hard standing, and it will be stored within the site and then released via a hydro break. So there'll be a kind of flow restriction of that surface water as it collects within the site, and then released at a kind of a level that is in line with the best practice in terms of sustainable urban drainage. So there will be the loss of some grassland, but there'll be lots of planting of landscaping. So that's one of the benefits to the remaining open space. It'll be of an enhanced quality, you could say, with more planting and better pedestrian linkages, for example, that probably have better drainage in there too. So I think on the whole, certainly our technical consultees have not objected, so I don't think there would be any planning justification to say it doesn't comply with our policy.
Thank you. I'm happy with that, Councillor Slater.
Yes, and no, really. You say planting trees, but a mature tree can take up 70 litres a day at least. These twigs will take years to take that and years to grow. So I still think they may have answered the question part, but probably it's not really the answer. That's kind of the answer I'm getting. So we'll just have to wait and see if this goes through in time, what will happen in that area. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Slater. I have Councillor Drysdale and Walters. Pauline, Councillor Drysdale, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. And on behalf of our group, I'd like to welcome Stuart McMillan to the Council. I don't think anyone's done that this morning, so welcome, Stuart. A couple of things. On 1.4, Graham, thank you for the report. Wheatley have been very forward-thinking and working alongside RSL and the SHIP with developing properties that are adaptable for those with mobility and support needs. Obviously, we see that coming forward in this report, which is really, really great to see because we have such an ageing population in Dumfries and Galloway, and as councillors we are really, really struggling at the moment to find care packages for people. So I really applaud the council actually and yourself and the developers here with regards to the unit that's being built, because in this unit we will have additional mobility and support access. What I would like to just check is that during the next few years when this is coming into fruition, if indeed it goes forward today, that Wheatley and yourselves and the SHIP are able to just make sure that doors are going to be opening the correct way and they don't have to all be reversed. We've had that happen across the region and it's taken quite some time to sort out. That we have one-way window coverings for privacy. These are special panels that can be used whereby the occupiers can see out. And,
is there a question for
yes,
the case officer here?
Yes, there is, Chair. Yes, it's important though, because this is important for the residents of Dumfries and Galloway in this development, and accessible toilets. But the main thing I want to question again goes back to the parking, which my fellow councillors have already alluded to, Graham. Could we just have assurance that with the parking plan that there will be space outside the new residence for the disabled people, also for deliveries, because that's caused huge problems. Now, I appreciate that's often not under the council's domain to start with, because that comes under the roads department, but we really need to make sure that that's taken into account, because and I'm sure everyone in this room would agree on that, because it is hugely stressful for those people in those units if that is not considered. And lastly, I would just like to ask, in one of the last conditions, pardon me, should I check my notes? I think it's condition number 2. We see that it might possibly not be Wheatley and it could be another company that could potentially come in with this development. Does that mean that that unit would still remain as part of the plan? Thank you, Chair.
I think that clause in the condition is to protect the council from Wheatley selling the land on and a private development then taking place without the 25% affordable housing that we would require. But I'm sure Graham will respond to that. Graham, can you reply to Councillor Drysdale, please?
Yes, thank you for the question. With respect to kind of window coverings, door openings the right way, accessible toilets and things like that, I think those would be covered through building standards. I appreciate there may have been issues with that in other developments previously, but it wouldn't be the planning development management that would go into that level of detail, nor I think could we seek that those things are delivered reasonably, given that they'll be considered by building standards for the building warrant. In terms of deliveries, there is visitor parking proposed, as well as dedicated parking for each of the units, which takes into account Wheatley know who their kind of staff are, what kind of deliveries they would expect. They know their customers quite well, so I think, and they can probably speak about that better than I can. And I think the chair answered the other question about the potential for another developer to come along if they were. That condition gives us the assurance that at least 25% affordable housing will be delivered as part of the development.
Thanks, Graham. Do you want to come back, Councillor Drysdale?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Graham, for that. I take on board your assurances about the 25%, and I applaud that. That's really good to hear. But we have to see if we can condition it in that we've got this supported unit as well. I think it's really important. We're so short of beds at the moment for people with full disabilities. Thank you, Chair, for taking on board my points.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. Are there any other questions for our case officer? In that case, thank you, Graham. We'll move. Oh, Councillor Walters already mentioned him as well. My apologies. Councillor Walters, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah. So just a general question on page 31. 4.10, this balance between the LDP2, which is saying this is protected green space, and the Lochside master plan. So just to sort of clarify for my mind, are we saying that the that when we do the balance of which of the planning issues that we take on board, we are now saying that the Lochside master plan is actually overriding what is in LDP2, because I can't see when I read paragraph 4.1, which Graham's explaining that, but it says the proposed development would not result in a deficit in green infrastructure provision in the Lochside area, which to me seems wrong, because obviously it will do, but I can understand there's a balance. Can you just clarify that is what we're doing? We are saying the Lochside master plan is overriding what we have as policy in LDP2. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Walters. Graham, please.
It's a material consideration. So you've got the local plan, you've got supplementary guidance, you've got an adopted master plan. So you read all those documents together and you try and pull everything together and weigh things up. So it does carry quite a bit of weight because it was approved just last year. So it shows that it kind of almost shows that the council is evolving its view with respect to Lochside, and that may well be reflected again in the forthcoming local plan. So it's, I wouldn't say it overrides it. I just think it's given it a decent amount of weight in the circumstances. And in terms of you could say there's a deficit of, you could say there's a quantitative deficit of green space. That may be, but it's maybe providing a higher quality of green space remaining. So yeah, it's a difficult conclusion to draw, but I think we've, as the master plan has said, it doesn't necessarily harm the wider area if small parts of the, or if parts of the open space are converted to a high quality development and the remaining open space is enhanced in quality. We think that that's good in placemaking terms.
Thanks, Graham. Are you satisfied with that, Councillor Walters?
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Councillor Walters. And my apologies for missing you earlier. We now move on to our register speakers. So the first speakers today are Jennifer Rooney and Julie Williams, the agent and applicant. Jennifer and Julie, you'll have 5 minutes in total, a joint 5 minutes. I'll ask our clerk to put on this time stopwatch, and I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And if you'd be kind enough to wait in case any members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So just whenever you're ready, ladies.
Thanks, Chair. Morning, everybody. I'm Julie Williams from Wheatley Homes South. I'm really excited about this application, actually. It's the first one that we're bringing forward as part of the Lochside Master Plan, and it's been a really joy to work on it. An amazing joint venture with the council, who we're a key partner of. And it's partly a regeneration because there's some brownfield on it. There was flatted blocks at the north of the site. So it's nice being able to see something come together with it. This development's our commitment to address both the national and local housing emergency, and it will positively contribute to much needed affordable housing in Dumfries. And it's been designed thoughtfully following extensive public engagement, community consultation, and it will assist the Dumfries and Galloway Council plans in addressing depopulation. Building more energy efficient homes of various tenure types appeals to a diverse range of people, assisting retaining young people, attracting new residents. Access to suitable accommodation is essential for our key workers, supporting the sustainability of vital services within the region. This project's been a unique one, really good, working really closely with Health and Social Care Partnership team and the Strategic Housing team. Jennifer and I have been pulling a lot of stuff together, and it's been a joy, actually. This development is to help support individuals with complex needs. So in addition to having the community hub and the bungalows, it's part of a wider development with social housing, so really integrating the community together, which has been lovely, because it's quite sad from discussions we're having with Health and Social Care Partnership that it's evidence that there's such a strong need and demand for a supported accommodation or more properties in the region for that. This project represents a collaborative approach with many partners trying to achieve specialist support accommodation for our most vulnerable adults within our communities. And actually this development will help enable those who have been displaced out the region to come back into Dumfries where it's their home. Our development's been carefully designed to comply with the National Roads Development Standards, and I know we touched on that earlier. I think as part of this Lochside, you know, we're formalising the connections, the active travel, the footpath, and those that know the area well know that there's many, what's there, 3-4 primary schools there, all within a short walking distance. I don't think there's anywhere more than 10 minutes away from the development, so we're trying to encourage that, to have those links right through from Glasgow Road onto Lochside Road through the development. Our investment in the region is supported by community benefit obligations, and we place those on the contractors for jobs and training opportunities and supporting small and medium businesses within the region. We're not just committed to building warm, safe homes, we're committed to supporting our customers and the wider communities. As part of this design, we've been working closely with Police Scotland and the Crime Prevention and Safety and hope to achieve Secure by Design goals. And I hope that provides a level of comfort and a responsibility and commitment, what we're trying to do within the region. Thank you.
Are there any questions for our speakers? I have Councillor Ferguson, Councillor McFarlane, and then Councillor... I've been on holiday a long time, Andy. And Councillor Hislop, please. And Councillor Beretti, sorry. So, Councillor McFarlane, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, there's only been one objection to this, which seems to suggest that the majority of the people in the area are happy to accept it. However, one of the points within the objection was that 3.2c, it is queried why a temporary construction access from A76 could not be retained permanently. And I'm just wondering, has consideration been given to that? Because it would ease a lot of the issues that were asked about earlier by other members. So has any consideration been given to that? And why would you open it up to have a temporary access but not make it permanent? Thank you.
Can you switch your microphone on, please?
I forgot to switch myself back on, sorry. Yeah, we did consider that early on in the design, and we looked at a few options whether we thought that would be worthwhile. But from discussions with roads, I think the preference was for the size of development just to have it with access on the main bit. As part of the community engagement, actually, at our first event, there was a resident who had been speaking to us about the way our access into the development was going to be situated, and they were saying it was really going to impede on them coming in and out their house across the road. So we redesigned the whole development and moved the road up. So at the second event, those residents that had spoke to us at the first one were quite happy and said that would make things much easier for them to get in and out.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. It's with regard to the green area. You know, I must admit, if I come from a farming background, so to me, what it is just now would be better fenced off and a couple of sheep or something put on it, because you don't see much happening in that green area. You're making it slightly smaller. I think there's a sensory garden to go in. Will there also be benches round about the area so that people who might not be as fit, because I think some of the houses that are for disabled can actually, if they're going for a small walk, can sit somewhere. This year we've been blessed with good weather, so it would encourage the use of the green area and it become more sort of active green area rather than what I would call a passive green area.
Absolutely, that came out loud and clear at the engagement event, the first event. We hadn't really developed the connectivity just as much, and residents were saying we need more. We want to be able to take our kids out on bikes, we want to be able to walk our dogs, we want to be able to go out and about in the area. So part of that will include, as we go further in, hopefully, to the design, then looking at benches throughout, and they've all got private gardens as well, everybody has that.
Thank you, Councillor Hislop. I have Councillor Vice Chair Tony Beretti, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You mentioned the fact that these buildings are going to be energy efficient homes and the word sustainability. Now, looking at some of the other developments which I've seen and praised because of their quality, the one thing that's missing from these seems to be the fact that there's no photovoltaics, because you're going to have electric heating systems if there's no gas. How do you square that? Because given we are heading towards much higher electric prices, and it's possibly going to be for several years, is there a rationale for not putting in at least a minimum to each property? Because they're not expensive now, these systems.
We are actually proposing to put in solar PV panels. That would be two per house for the smaller properties, and once the properties get to sort of 3 bedrooms and above, 4 panels per house.
It's just interesting because I noticed that on the design features there was you couldn't see designs of any PV. So if you're saying that all houses will have them or just a number of houses, because it is an important fact that there's legislation changes tomorrow which have not yet come through, and that might imply that people will start to put things up.
Yeah. As part of the application statement, we've put in an energy statement, and it does state that there will be solar PVs to all houses, minimum of 2 for the smaller houses and going up to 4 for the larger houses, but it will be all houses.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Beretti. Councillor Slater, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question to Julie. How far is the houses to be built off the current roads? Because some houses now, there's virtually no front gardens and there's no protection for children. It was just I wonder how far will they be fenced, or will there be a wall in front of it for protection for the houses? Thank you. And the people, I should say.
So the houses are set back approximately 6.5 metres from the pavement, plus another 2 to the road. So we've got a 2 metre wide pavement, and then we've got driveways which are 5 metres long, and then a path on the other side of that that's approximately 1.5 metres.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slater. If there are... Councillor Drysdale, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Julie, and thank you, Jennifer, for the presentation. And I would like to just reiterate, I really applaud the work that you've done with the council to help people that need supported units and assisted living. It's really, really great news if it goes ahead, indeed. Just back to what I was talking about before, I've worked with Wheatley on one development in my ward, and it was really difficult and challenging to sort out the parking for disabled vehicles, having been in that situation with a family member. You need a lot of space to get a wheelchair in and out. With the supported unit, would you be able to work and assure councillors that you'd be able to work with the roads department going forward to ensure that the supported unit would just be space for those in the supported unit and the carers and the delivery teams for the food bags and the pharmaceutical deliveries? Because what we're finding on the other units that everyone was just parking everywhere. We couldn't get anything in and out, and we had to, it was quite a bit of work and extra additional admin time for the council. So I would really ask if you would look at that going forward. I'd be very grateful, but thanks a lot. Thank you, Chair.
Probably joint answer here. All the homes have got in curtilage parking, so we've been working really closely with Health and Social Care Partnership and what their requirements are going to be. They kind of have an idea of who's going to be there. So, you know, wider disabled parking spaces in front of the bungalows, and a big visitors parking area at the side of the community building. And I don't know if you want to add anything else onto that, Jennifer. I don't know if that'll cover you, but
I don't know if that answers the question, but yeah, we'll have an in-curtilage space for all of the wheelchair units, and that is an extended width space, so it's 3 metres wide instead of 2.4 metres wide.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. I think that now does conclude the... Oh no, I have Councillor Lowe. Kim Lowe, please.
Thank you and good morning. And it's just following a bit on the back of Councillor Drysdale. Some of the homes that have been designed all around the place for accessible disability They only have rumps at the front of the house, so if the topography means that they need to sort of level down to the back gardens, will that actually be considered to make sure that people can get in and out the back and front of these homes if they are fully accessible? Because that's actually not been the case all the time.
All the properties will be level access front and back.
Satisfied, Councillor Lowe?
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lowe. I think that does conclude questions for the applicant and the agent. So thank you very much, ladies, for coming forward. You can resume your seats, and members were in session. Councillor Drysdale, followed by Councillor Campbell, followed by Councillor McFarlane.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would propose that we move to the recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm happy to support that. I still have reservations about the access along Clarinda Drive for the existing residents. I know it's not within the application site itself. I'm just wondering, is there something that we can do, maybe have a review of the roads? I don't know if we take it to another committee or something like that, but there is an issue with Clarinda Drive, and it will be an ongoing issue, but it's nothing to do with the development area, but I'm happy to support this going forward.
Okay, I'll see what Councillor McFarlane has to say.
Chair, I was just going to support recommendations. Thanks.
Thank you. And I know we can only consider the application before us, but I'll ask advice of Stuart on what we can do in terms of asking roads to revisit Clarinda Drive, or if there's something we can do to ensure that we do our best for the residents that are already there. Stuart, can you offer some advice, please?
I think that's exactly the point. Is what can we look at that's best for the residents that are currently there. So, but it is outside the application, so it's not a matter that we can address by condition here. But as a point to note to the road service, etc. I think that's exactly what we do. Yep.
If you'd be prepared to do that on our behalf, Stuart, would be grateful. And on that note, we don't have any dissenting voices from the registered speakers. Any members of any other view? In that case, the application approved subject conditions. Nick, can you just confirm the decision of the committee, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the application is approved subject to the conditions laid out in the report.
Thank you, Nick. Move on to agenda item 5. And I'll apologise to Stuart for no introducing him. I thought we all knew Stuart, and Stuart's only filling in, for wanting a better word, until our new development officer, who has been appointed, comes to the council. Yep. And that should be, he should be present at the October meeting. So we'll have Stuart's support this month and next, and then we'll have our new development officer in post. Thank you. Agenda item 5 is an application for the erection of 108 dwelling houses, boundary walls and fences up to 1.85 metres high, formation of 298 car parking spaces, installation of suds basin and pumping station, formation of vehicular access, internal roads and pathways, open space, landscaping and associated works at Marchfield H12, Devergilla Drive, Dumfries. This is the full application, reference number 26/0405/full. The recommendation is approved subject to successful completion of a Section 75 planning obligation within 6 months of the date of the decision, or such other reasonable extended timescale as agreed by the appointed officer, and B, conditions. And it may see that the case officer Rob Lilliburn, but it is Rachel Lightfoot who's presenting this report for us today. Morning, Rachel. Can you take us through your presentation, please?
Morning, councillors. As you heard, before you was an application for the latest phase of Marchfield, and this phase is known as H14. So the location plan, you can see it's between the original Persimmon development with the Storey development meeting up at it in the south, the red line being the application site and Summer Park Farm adjacent. So just a bit of a wider outlook of the location. And then the proposed layout, as you can see, there are 3 roads which will link up with the additional roads should H15 come into play and H13 to the Summer Park Farm access. The SUDs you can see in the treed area which is existing to the south. So just a quick look through site sections. The proposed landscape plan with additional planting, central open space area running through the development, and proposed house type examples which you'll see throughout Marchfield as it's being developed out. So just looking across the site towards Arownell, and then looking back towards Summerfield Farm, across the site towards Lady Park, and then from the Arownell across towards Lady Park again and the rear of the high school. Some of the trees which are in situ at the moment and dry stone wall. Summerfield Farm, with the track forming part of the core path network. And then looking northwest to Divogilla Drive, place in the Arownell. And then view through to Lady Park Farm with the Leyland cypress trees which are noted in the report before you. Lady Park Farm from within the application site. The trees at the edge of the ancient woodland designation at Lady Park Farm. Again, the trees at the west of the ancient woodland near Lady Park Farm, just panning round. And again, the trees. So the key issues are there before you, but this application is made as part of an allocation reference DFS.H2. Marchfield has been subject to a master plan known as the Area Development Framework, or ADF, and this allocation allows for up to 1,000 houses. This phase will provide 108 houses as part of the wider Marchfield scheme, and the principle of housing is therefore accepted at this location and fully supported by policy. Concerns have been raised over aspects of this proposal which are considered within the report before you. Residential amenity of existing homes is one such concern. The site is allocated for housing development. It is inevitable that on such a major allocation as Marchfield, construction impacts will be ongoing. This is covered in paragraphs 4.31 to 4.38 of the report. The development of H14 will result in an intensification of vehicle movements and construction impacts, which will inevitably occur. However, as noted in paragraph 4.38, whilst impacts are inevitable, they can be appropriately managed through construction management plans and a construction environmental management plan, which are covered in conditions 14 and 18 within the report. Subject to these conditions being satisfied, it is considered on balance that the application is acceptable in regards to impacts on amenity. In terms of future residents, a noise impact assessment has been carried out in relation to the impact from the adjacent A75. This has identified a number of plots which require acoustic measures to be implemented, and these measures are secured within condition 15 of the report. The proposal includes acceptable levels of open space, and condition 5 ensures the maintenance and management of open space into the future. Therefore, whilst the proposal will result in some harm, it is considered that this can be appropriately mitigated through the noted conditions and that the benefit of developing the allocated site outweighs the disbenefit. Moving on, the impact on roads is noted as a central element to the success of this scheme. Following the initial consultation by the roads team, further information has been provided by the developers. The proposal allows for access from the existing former Persimmon development at Devogilla Road, Devogilla Drive and Summer Park Road, resulting in a total of 143 units using this access on a temporary basis until further phases come forward. An emergency vehicle access is also provided. And whilst it is noted that there is an existing objection from roads, they have also provided a list of conditions which have been incorporated into the decision notice. The use of the single access point for 143 dwellings is higher than usually permitted. H14 was originally envisaged to be accessed through H15. However, at this point, this phase has not come forwards. The use of a single access point is therefore a temporary arrangement pending further phases coming forward. Points are provided to plug into H15 and H13 in line with the overall master plan for the area and the wider Marchfield development. The additional information received from WSP in support of Storey Homes notes that there is no evidence to suggest that there are any operational deficiencies, inappropriate geometry or road safety concerns which would suggest an unacceptable issue on the road network or road safety. The impact of the development until further phases come forward would be an additional 86 two-way trips on a morning peak hour and 90 two-way trips on an evening peak. In terms of pedestrian permeability, accessibility to the car path network is provided, and this is covered by condition 7 of the report. It is therefore a balancing act. The proposal broadly meets the requirements of the roads officer. However, at this point in the development of the wider allocation, there would be a single point of access, with further points of access to be provided and safeguarded for the development of H15. This does cause harm, which carries weight in the decision-making process. However, the development of 108 houses on the largest allocated site within Dumfries is considered to outweigh this harm, which is of a temporary nature pending H15 coming forwards. Concerns have been raised over ecological impacts and in relation to the loss of trees in the ancient woodland designated area, which we looked at on the photographs. The trees to be removed are not veteran trees, but young stock at approximately 8 to 10 years old. These trees will be cleared with the older trees unaffected. The SUDS area lies out with the TPO trees, and it is considered that this element is acceptable given the on-site conditions. Condition 6 relates to the submission of a woodland management plan to support the retained woodland. The application is also supported by a preliminary ecological appraisal, which raises no issues. It is supported by a biodiversity score, which notes an overall increase in woodland of approximately 14.4%. This weighs in favour of the application. Condition 14 manages environmental impacts while construction is ongoing. One of the significant issues within the report is in relation to contributions. The application is supported by a viability appraisal which has been independently tested on behalf of the council. Policy OP3 relates to developer contributions, and viability is covered in paragraphs 4.95 to 4.103 of the report. A development of this size is liable for affordable housing and education contributions. Paragraph 4.102 notes that the developer's viability is appropriate and that contributions would render the development unviable. In keeping with the other phases of Marchfield, a roof tax contribution would continue to be secured, and this would be secured through a legal agreement. In conclusion, whilst there are negative impacts, such as the loss of trees to provide for the SUDS point, single point of access under a temporary period until such time as H15 is developed, there are also positives, such as the increase in overall biodiversity, delivery of open space, money secured through the roof tax, and the continued delivery of this key allocated site. The application is therefore recommended for approval, subject to the conclusion of the Section 75 and conditions as noted in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Do we have any questions for our case officer? Councillor Hislop, followed by Councillor McFarlane.
It's noticed that this site is on the balance with viability. Now, that would suggest to me that there isn't a demand for housing in the area, because if there was a demand, you could put your house prices up to cover viability. If that is the case, and we are now being told that this single access road, Devergilla Road or Circle, whichever one it was, is going to be a temporary solution. How can we guarantee that it will only be a temporary solution if the viability of this site isn't great? Who's going to come in and do more work if the viability of the next site is worse?
Rachel, please.
So, development viability doesn't translate into interest in people buying the houses. So all through the development of Marchfield, all phases have only delivered a roof tax. So in 2022, I think it was H18, could be wrong with the, was also subject to a viability in which it was demonstrated that no contributions other than the roof tax could be delivered. And here we are still potentially delivering further phases. So we can't correlate viability with demand because there's other things that play into viability.
But how do we know this next development will happen? There may be further constraints put on that make sites unviable, and therefore H15 may never ever be developed. So we are putting residents in Devergilla at risk because our policies say that we shouldn't have more than 100 houses coming off a single access, and here we are with 143, and we have no idea if H15 will ever be developed. It's just, oh, it's on a plan, but there was numerous plans that I can remember from local housing plans when I joined the council in '99. There's been sites never been developed because they're not viable. Now, how do we know that this development will not permanently affect the people of Devergilla Road?
Rachel, it might be a question for the applicant because we have no control over investment, but please answer Councillor Elizabeth's question.
Yeah, we can't say for certain that it will be developed. All we can say is that Marchfield has been consistently developed over, I think it probably started in about 2006, so it has had consistent housing development over 20 years, which is as far as we can go. But I'm sure Story will be able to maybe take that a little bit further.
Thanks, Councillor Hislop. Councillor Andy McFarlane, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Rachel. It's really a supplementary, I think, to Councillor Hislop's in relation to the viability, and you said it was independently assessed. I wonder if you could help us understand exactly what that process might be, especially in light of the fact that you said it's not about lack of demand for the properties. So it does make me concerned in relation to the viability, because what has been highlighted here is we've already declared a housing emergency, so we do need housing, but we actually need affordable housing, and the fact that affordable housing wouldn't be part of this development concerns me. And the fact that the schools already are at, and the nurseries are at high capacity, and therefore there would be a burden on the council to then provide provision for any young families who come into that. So what we're saying is that this company aren't viable enough to develop this, but we as a council would then have to pick up a liability and restriction. So I'd really like to understand how they come about their assessment. Thank you.
Rachel, please.
So as planners, we're not viability experts. So the applicant puts a viability in. We have had that independently checked via Savills. So they take the applicant's viability and then they apply either the applicant's assumptions or their own assumptions if they think that there's been some under reporting of figures or over reporting of figures. So Savills will run a completely independent check, and then they will say how much money is in the pot effectively to provide for contributions. So where we're at the minute is that Savills have agreed that the level of contribution is unsustainable in order to bring the development forwards, and other than the roof tax, the development is not such, due to just the costs of building it, that it will support any other contributions.
Andy, please.
Yeah, thank you for that, Rachel. Yeah, the roof tax, that was something that I was also want to ask if you could explain that as to how that worked, because I know that it has applied to previous developments. Thanks.
So there has been a roof tax consistently applied to Marchfield since it started, which I think started at, I'm going to give the wrong figure, but that has been taken up by inflation every year. So it works that every house will pay a certain amount of money towards infrastructure, effectively.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor McFarlane. Councillor Stephen Thompson, please.
Thanks, Chair. So again, it's on a similar theme. So I suppose the consultation responses at 2.4 from Education, Skills, Community Wellbeing calculate a 2.316 million figure for the 108 units in terms of the impact on education. And I'm also noticing at 2.12 in the consultations, Transport Scotland obviously have come back with a sort of conditional support relying on mitigations for the strategic transport network, which has been sort of touched upon. And the roof tax being mentioned. I suppose the bottom line question would be, what would the roof tax amount come to, and how much short, or what would the difference be between that for the 108 units and the 2.316 million mentioned in the paper? So I mean, that'll just be a matter of quantum, I suppose. So it'd be good to get that just in simple figures if it's possible. And the other part is, you know, if there is an income generated from that through a Section 75, and given the recognised impact in education and the what sounds like a temporary but could ultimately fall on us as a local authority to deal with impact on the roads network, how would we apportion any income we get from that? I mean, it might not be a decision for today, but it'd be good to know how much we would be getting should it go ahead, so we know how to budget for the impacts that are recognised within the paper. So I suppose it's yeah, variations on the theme, but if you could answer that, that'd be really helpful. Thank you.
Rachel, please.
I just don't want to give you the wrong figure, and I haven't got to hand what that figure of that roof tax is at the moment. So I don't want to give you the wrong figure. I can feed that back at a later date. And the Section 75 will set up how that is then spent and what it can be spent on. But I don't want to give the wrong figure.
If that's not something we have, then we can either, if that's, oh, Stuart might be able to help here. Or Laura might be able to help, our legal advisor.
If you can allow me to come back to you, I can find the agreement.
Okay, if you're happy with that, Councillor Thompson, we'll go further on in debate and we'll come back with that information for you.
Yeah, so Chair, no, thanks, I'm grateful to that, but I do think, I think for today, and given the scale of development, and I think it is material that we know, at least to a degree of approximation, what that material amount would be. Thank you.
That's absolutely fine, Councillor Thompson. We'll come back to you during the course of the debate. I have Councillor Carruthers followed by Councillor Slater for questions to our case officer. Councillor Carruthers, please.
Thanks, Chair. I think it's the same vein as the previous speakers, but if my understanding is correctly, we had a Section 42 application a couple of years ago. It's very similar to this from Story Homes. And if I remember correctly, it was explained at the time, going back to the start date, which Rachel's touched on, 2006 and about there. Members will be aware in the run up to 2008, a lot of developers paid away over the costs of the land values at the time because they were increasing at such a rate, and then the crash came in 2008 and they've been levelled off, devalued again. So if my understanding is correct, it's maybe not for Rachel, maybe it's for the developers to speak to that, but I think that's the crux of what's happening in this site predominantly. It's going back to then, I think there was the land value was overvalued at the time because of what was going on at the time, and I think too much money was paid for it. But anyways, if that's my understanding, and the reason I'm saying that now is because I might have to leave the meeting. Chair, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carruthers. Was there any question in there?
It was. So the question was, is that if Rachel can't answer it, in case I have to leave this meeting, I've got someone else I've got to get to, then it should really be put to the developer. I think that was the case, just for clarity, because it's been asked, and hasn't been, that point's never been raised, but I'm just about sure. So if Rachel can't answer that, then please could somebody put that to the developer when they come on, please.
Thanks, Councillor Curtis. Rachel, please.
Yeah, so assumptions are made in the viabilities on the basis of land value as it is, not land value as was paid. So the viability kind of, it kind of smooths out any overpayment of land by using a land viability will be expected to fetch now.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Curtis. Councillor Slater, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question has been answered amongst those questions. It's been answered. Okay.
Thanks for that. Thanks, Councillor Slater. Are there any other questions at this time? Councillor Marshall, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I kind of share the views of many of the other members have expressed their concerns, but really question is probably have we set a dangerous precedent with the previous application? Because apart from the kind of representations that have been made from education, skills and community wellbeing and roads, there's also from strategic housing, there's, they wanted to see within the section 75 either a 20 or 25% of affordable housing. So my question is, I know that we took a decision and we can't look back on that, but it seems to be it has more of a consequence to the council going forward with further parts of the development, because we're now at a situation, if you look at education, is that we're going to need to look at extending those schools because they're all at 90% capacity.
Thanks, Councillor Marshall. Rachel, please.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going back. I'll come back to that one, but just going back, originally it was set up, just when people asking about the roof tax, it was originally set up at £293 per roof. So that was the 2006 figure, so that will be subject to inflation. So that's around about where it is. In terms of like I say, it is a balancing act, and viability continues to, throughout the country, affect every housing development at the minute in terms of what it can pay and what it can pay towards. And those houses will also be providing council tax and everything through there that, in some way contributes towards the ongoing support of the education system. So it's a balancing act. It's not an unusual balancing act for the council and everybody else to carry out at this point. That's why we get it independently tested, because the policy does allow and understand that not every development will be viable without significant impact. So that's why we've come to the conclusion that we have in terms of viability. We've been guided by experts, independent experts to the council.
Before I take it that satisfies Councillor Carruthers and Councillor Slater.
It does. Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Stuart to come in before I go back to Councillor Thompson and then invite Councillor Hislop to speak. Stuart, please.
Yeah, it's just on sort of the point I think that Councillor Marshall was expressing about that sort of the difficulty in looking at the two applications, that the one that we're dealing with just now and the one that the committee has just dealt with. Viability is, as the officer has said, is a difficult one to deal with when you're. So this, I suppose, what we're looking at here is a private sector development with no public subsidy going into it, as opposed to the previous application where there is public subsidy going into that, and there's and the calculation of that public subsidy takes into account, well, it's obviously affordable housing, so there's no further affordable housing contribution, but it takes into account some of those other issues that are pertinent here. I suppose it goes to the issue of what is the planning system therefore there to do in relation to private sector investment and development, and the purpose of the planning system is to try and enable that. But it's just that point here, I suppose, that what we're looking at is a way of delivering an extra 100 houses in Dumfries without the need for public subsidy, as opposed to the previous application where there was significant amounts of public subsidy going into it.
Chair, can I just clarify, sorry?
Carry on, Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, can I just clarify for Stuart, when I mentioned about the previous application, I wasn't referring to the one on this agenda today. I was referring to the previous applications at Marchfield, where it sounds as though the viability was tested back then. But what I'm saying is, it seemed to be more of a knock-on effect as the phases of the development proceed. And that's reflected in the response from Education Department. Quickly as well, Chair, because I wasn't sure if Councillor Driver was going to attend today, so could I just register his apologies? I should have said that at the start, but I wasn't sure if he was going to join the meeting.
Yes, we're happy to take Councillor Driver's apologies. And did you have a point to raise for him? Because I have a couple of speakers, so I can come back to you, Councillor Marshall, if you have something to raise on behalf of Councillor Driver.
No, nothing on for Councillor Driver, thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thompson, I'll come back to you because we've now discovered that the roof tax is £273 or something per property. Is that all of the information required from Laura, or does Laura have some further information for us? Laura, please.
Thank you, Chair. So the agreement that was referred to was a Section 69 agreement back in 2006. The difference between that and a Section 75, as you'll know, is a Section 75 attaches to the land, whereas a Section 69 does not. That's just a purely personal agreement between the council and the then developer. Okay. Now, the other thing to note about that agreement is that it covered the permission from 2006, which was an outline planning permission. And it covered certain phases, H3, 4, 5, 6, 8 and 9. So although there maybe has been an agreement that further roof taxes would be in accordance which was previously agreed, the council is not bound by that figure. It's just been a matter of going on the basis of how it was dealt with back in 2006. So if members decided that they thought the roof tax should be higher, there would not be any legal impediment to you deciding a different figure. I wanted to point that out to you. And it's quite correct to say that the figure is can be inflated, but again, that was for the permissions that flowed from that 2006, that is that figure with that inflation. So if members wanted to agree a different figure, they would not be prevented from doing so.
Sorry, can I just give another little quick update? So 10 and 11, which was the most recent application, before this one was £405 a unit. £405 per unit. £405 per unit.
Councillor Thompson, do you want to come back in at all?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So, okay, no, that's helpful to know that there's that flexibility there, I suppose. It's also helpful to know that there's a later figure that we now have available for recent developments. I don't know how that was agreed, if it was just at the planning committee or based on the earlier roof tax figures that had been agreed in the principle. But so what would that amount to? And so apologies for my poor mental arithmetic, but what would that amount to if you compare? I suppose what I want to know is the difference between the calculated developer contributions figures, which is in the education response, and the and what the roof tax figure might amount to by approximation.
Nick has calculated that for you. Remember, this is a question for case officers, Councillor Stevenson. Probably we're drifting into complicated stuff that we should do in session. But anyway, the figure is £43,740.
Chair, if I could ask, is that based on the 293 or does that take into account inflation? Because I
shall ask Nick to discuss that directly with you, Laura.
Just for clarification, I've used the figure just quoted, 405 times that by 108, arriving at 43,740.
So my recollection from the discussions that went on with H10 and H11 was that it was based on the 2006 agreement, which was the 293 with inflation. So it would be whatever the 293 with inflation to the point at which the agreement was getting entered into. So it could be slightly more or slightly less.
We'll do that in session if it gets to that stage. If you're content with us currently to move on, Councillor Thompson, there will be an opportunity for that kind of debate later on. Councillor Thompson, please.
Yeah, no, and thanks for doing the behind the scenes work to arrive at that figure, which is significantly at variance from the calculated figure. So obviously it is a material factor. I think the other question was kind of going back to earlier members. Councillor Hisup, I think, had raised the, at what point would a temporary roads arrangement, and this is this competent or advisable, as I suppose I'm wanting to ask in terms of the planning system that we have, to predicate a roads arrangement that's temporary in the anticipation of a potential future development to come in for H15. And at what point, as a roads authority, we would have to say, no, there's actually an obligation on us now after a certain period of time to deal with that, and presumably there'll be a cost to that as well. So is that a safe, or is it just a temporary pragmatic position to take? And I'm just wanting to get that a response that deals with that. Thank you.
Rachel, please.
It's a pragmatic response that we're taking at the minute on the basis that, as I said, Marchfield has been consistently built out, and there's no indication that the build out will not continue into H15.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Thompson. We will can go back to this debate when we're in session, and there may be an opportunity to question the applicant and agent when they come forward to the table. Councillor Hisup, you wanted back in, please?
Chair, it was with regard to condition 18 on page 76, the construction traffic management plan. Now, some of the roads within Summer Park are adopted because it was a different developer. With regard to that, if they are using adopted roads within the management plan, will they be reinstated if there is any damage done during construction, so that they are brought back to the state they were in when they started? I know that some of the roads are their own and haven't been adopted, so they might come in that way, but I think there is a part of it that they would have to cross that has been adopted by the council, and would reimbursement of any cost for that be within the traffic management plan, so that the council isn't at loss to fix a road?
Rachel, please.
So that would usually be dealt with under the RCC in terms of any current and then degradation surveys afterwards for fixing, but that isn't for planning, but the RCC would take care of that.
Thank you, Councillor Hisup. Vice Chair, Councillor Beretti, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Rachel. You did mention in your summing up that 108 houses would bring in council tax. What council tax band would these buildings be under?
Rachel?
They'll just be under the relevant council tax. Again, it's not a planning issue, so the 3, 4 and 5 bed units.
Okay, thank you. I think I could probably make a calculation roughly what that might be in an annual figure, but that's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beretti. It does not appear at this moment there are any further questions for our case officer, so we'll move to our registered speakers. The first is Alice Rowan, who's an objector and should be with us on Teams. Are you with us, Alice?
Morning, yes, I am, thanks.
Good morning, Alice. You may have watched the previous or listened to previous applications, so you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation to members. I will remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion, and I'd be grateful if you'd wait in case members have questions for you at the conclusion of your presentation. So just whenever you're ready, Alice, please.
Great, thank you. Good morning, my name is Alice Rowan and I'm speaking on behalf of 69 residents within Devergilla Road, Drive and Place. We strongly object to this application because of the serious safety concerns created by the proposed access arrangements. At the heart of our objection is a simple fact: the sole access for this 108 home development passes directly beside an existing children's play park in what is currently a quiet residential cul-de-sac of 35 homes. Every vehicle associated with this development will use Devergilla Road, including resident vehicles, visitors, deliveries, refuse lorries, emergency vehicles, and for a prolonged period of time, construction traffic and HGVs. As local residents, we see every day how heavily this play park is used. Children play there day in, day out, year round. They currently move freely and safely around the area, exactly as children should be able to do in a family neighbourhood. Whilst the play park is enclosed by a low metal fence, that does not remove the risk. Children still enter and leave through the gates that open directly onto the pavement beside the access route. I would ask members of the committee to consider a simple question. If the site and play park were being designed today, would we deliberately place the sole access road for 108 homes directly beside a children's play area? I believe most people would say no. The council's own road planning team have formally recommended that this application be refused, stating that the development would result in 143 homes being served from a single access point, exceeding current council and national standards. The applicant's position relies heavily on the assumption that the future developments will eventually reduce reliance on Devergilla Road. However, these future developments are not before this committee today. They are not yet approved, and even if they are approved, there is no certainty as to when or if they will be delivered. The application should be assessed on the basis of the road network that will actually exist when these 108 homes are occupied, not on the basis of future roads that may never materialise. The reality is that for the foreseeable future, this development will rely upon a single principal access route. There's also concern regarding the applicant's assessment of the existing road network. Within the transport statement, Devergilla Road is described as approximately being 6 metres wide throughout. That description does not fully reflect the reality experienced by residents who use the road every day. There is a point on Devergilla Road where it significantly narrows to 4 metres, which contradicts the claim made that it is 6 metres throughout. The road adjacent to this is used as parking by residents, which already can cause congestion and difficulty getting through. Residents already experience difficulties manoeuvring larger vehicles, such as long wheelbase vans into drives when there is oncoming traffic. The only option is to use Devergilla Road Drive Junction to turn around. This is particularly concerning because vehicles are already sometimes driven at excessive speeds throughout the area, and there are occasions when drivers must use the wrong side of the road to get through that junction. This is not simply a parking issue, it is an existing road safety issue which could be compounded by the additional traffic generated by the development. We are concerned that the transport statement does not fully reflect the practical limitations of the route that will serve this development.
Alice,
construction traffic, yeah.
We have a British Sign Language interpreter supporting one of our members, so would you be kind enough just to, I know that might be pressured and not a thing you're familiar with, but can you slow down a bit, please, so that
apologies. Yeah, of course.
This time to relay.
It's just I may not get through it in the 5 minutes if that's the case. Sorry, apologies.
Thank you, Alice.
So construction vehicles accessing this site would be required to negotiate a particularly tight turning movement as they leave Devergilla Road onto Devergilla Drive and enter the proposed development. While swept path drawings demonstrate that these movements are technically achievable, they rely on drivers negotiating the turn correctly every single time. No design can completely remove the possibility of human error. Residents are concerned that larger vehicles may encroach onto or mount the pavement in order to negotiate the turn, creating an additional risk to pedestrians and children. The concern is whether the arrangement remains safe after years of repeated use by large construction vehicles in a live residential environment. Again, the Roads Authority's comments are clear. They state that construction traffic should be separated from residential traffic and that the use of Devergilla Road and Drive by construction vehicles would not be supported. This objection is not development to the development itself, but to the proposed access arrangement, which creates a foreseeable and unnecessary conflict between vehicle movements and young children in an area where children play every day. It's a permanent change that would turn our cul-de-sac from a quiet residential street into the main access route for major housing development. I would also draw attention to Storey Homes' own Greener Communities policy, which states that they deliver developments that can be enjoyed by all and add to the local area rather than taking away from it. I ask the committee to consider whether this proposal meets the commitment. The proposed access arrangements would reduce residents' ability to use and enjoy our outdoor spaces and safely and confidently. National planning policy emphasises creating safe spaces, prioritising vulnerable road users and enabling children to move around their communities safely and independently. We do not believe this proposal achieves these objectives. For these reasons, we respectfully ask the committee to refuse this application or require a safer and more appropriate access solution before any permission is granted. Thank you for your time. Apologies for rambling through that. I'll make sure a copy is posted on the council's planning portal for everybody to read through in slower time, but thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for being considerate, Alice. Do we have any questions for Alice, the first objector? does not appear so, so thank you for presenting today, Alice. Thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing me to. Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Councillor Dorward. If you'd like to come forward, please, Councillor Dorward. Yeah, that'd be fine, aye. The situation of you is slightly different. As an elected member, you will have the same period of time to make a presentation to the committee, but on the conclusion of your presentation, I'd ask you to leave the chamber and then we'll move on to the business. So whenever you're ready, Councillor Dorward, please. And you've got 5 minutes and I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go.
Thank you so much, Chair, for accepting my request to attend this meeting. Good morning, members. I know you've got a busy agenda, so I'll keep this brief. I'm here to speak on behalf of my constituents, one of whom has already spoken to you, and 69 of whom have submitted a letter to this committee outlining their concerns. This application seeks permission for 108 new homes and associated works at Marchfield H14 Devergilla Drive, Dumfries. As part of the housing allocation identified in LDP2, DFSH2, I support the principle of delivering more homes to help attract and keep families in the region, tackle depopulation and strengthen our local economy, as I suppose you all do. However, I would strongly suggest this must not come at the expense of the safety, well-being and quality of life of existing residents. My constituents' case concerns or relates to the proposed construction, access and egress arrangements. The residents of Devergilla Road, Devergilla Place and Devergilla Drive have raised significant concerns about the plan to open and extend the current cul-de-sac of Devergilla Drive and use it as the sole access and egress route for construction of an additional 108 homes. This would clearly result in a substantial increase in heavy construction traffic using these narrow residential roads, with frequent movements of large HGVs, plant machinery and raw materials, and on an ongoing basis if this permissions for this were granted, increase vastly domestic traffic. Now, at present, Devergilla Road U999N and Devergilla Drive U100N serve 35 homes and are designated as U or unclassified roads due to their low traffic densities. Proposed development would increase the homes served to 143, as you've already heard, but that exceeds the threshold for a single point of access, which is 100 homes. Roads Planning Team Leader has advised that both single access points and emergency vehicle access, which is 60 to 100 homes, standards would be exceeded. That's concerning, and the Roads Authority does not support the use of these roads for construction traffic. In addition, a well-used play park and public open space would be directly and adversely affected by the increase in heavy vehicle movements. So given these concerns, alongside the potential for further deterioration of the current roads, which I won't rehearse as we all know the challenges that brings to our constituents and ourselves, I believe it would be both reasonable and proportionate for the committee to require the developer to provide an additional and permanent access and egress route. 3 access routes have already been identified by the developer, I understand, so let's use one of them now. I therefore respectfully ask that this additional access and egress route is considered as a condition if any planning consent is granted going forward. This would allow established residents to continue to live in a safe and peaceful environment and support any future developments were they to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Councillor Dorward. We'll just give Councillor Dorward a minute to vacate the chamber. We now come to our next registered speakers, who are Sam Gregg and Adam McNally, applicant in person. Like, come forward, gentlemen, please. I'm sure you'll have grasped what the arrangement is by now. You will have a joint 5 minutes to make your presentation. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw it to a conclusion. And if you'd be kind enough to wait in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So whenever you're ready, gentlemen. Can you...
Can I just take 1 moment to clarify a point with my colleague?
Well, you can do that at the end because we'll have a questions and answer session for
fine.
you.
Yep, sure. Will you just bear with me one moment? In coming over, I've just misplaced my notes, which I just scribbled on. Right, apologies. There it is. Sorry. I did wonder there how I'd lost that. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. I'm speaking on behalf of Story Homes in support of the application. Before listening to what the members had to say, I'd actually had a pre-prepared speech to focus on what we perceive were going to be some of the key issues. Now, having listened to what the members have said, I think I need to deviate from that to some degree. But in terms of Story's position, Story Homes are immensely proud of what they've done and the earlier phases that they delivered at Marchfield. They've created a fantastic community, and over a period of probably 12, 15 years, they've sustained a number of local jobs for the industry and the area as a whole. I think it's important to perhaps go back to some of the points that the officer made at the outset, and in terms of that, it's important to remind ourselves that the officers concluded that the scheme was acceptable in terms of its layout, design, landscaping, the open space provision, as well as the integration with the wider Marchfield development. And in that respect, the officer concluded that the scheme was compliant with all the relevant local plan policies. Now, having listened to some of the concerns that have been raised, again, I think it's important to hark back to what the officer said regarding the conclusion that they've reached in relation to the highway impacts. And certainly from our perspective, we do recognise that the residents of Divergilla Road, Divergilla Drive have concerns regarding its use as a single access. However, you've got to remind ourselves that this is part of a much larger development. And in terms of that larger development, the works that you've been asked to consider now are essentially an interim stage of the larger Marchfield allocation. In the fullness of time, as the larger allocation is built out, H14 in particular will be served by other access points to the east. And I think when we consider the concerns that the residents have regarding the use of Divergilla Road, it's also important to remember that it's a road that's suitable for two-way traffic. It's subject to a 20-mile-an-hour speed restriction. There are traffic calming measures already in place on that road, which will slow vehicles down. And when we talk about the increase in vehicle movements, the officer mentioned about it generating 86 trips in the peak hour, that's the peak AM period. Now, if you actually quantify that down, that equates to 3 vehicle movements every 2 minutes. So in highway terms, in terms of vehicle flows, the vehicle flows in the peak hour aren't actually that significant. And what you've also got to remember is when you're considering the peak hour, that is quite literally the peak. For other parts of the day, vehicle flows will be considerably less. So I think the question that members have got to ask themselves when they consider the highway issues is not whether the residents will notice the increase in vehicle flows, it's whether the increase in vehicle flows have such a significant impact that it warrants refusal of the application. Now, the conclusions that you've come to, or rather the officers have come to, is that it wouldn't warrant refusal on that basis. And the officer obviously made the point earlier on that the construction impacts are temporary and they can be managed through the conditions that have been imposed. Now, I'd also like to just briefly touch on the viability issues that have been highlighted. When it comes to viability, the policy framework that is in place actually permits a lesser level of contribution if that level of contribution can't be sustained by the development proposed. And we've got a situation where the applicants in this case have put forward their viability appraisal. It's been independently assessed, and the conclusion has been drawn that it can't sustain the usual level of affordable housing requirements or the usual level of education contributions. Now, the point that I just wanted to clarify before we spoke...
You have 30 seconds to go.
Beg pardon?
You have 30 seconds to go.
Is that right?
Yeah, and then I'll ask
I'm
you to
sorry.
conclude.
Well, in that case, I think what I would like to say is in terms of the the concerns that have been raised. Dumfries and Galloway has a housing crisis. Story Homes is the only open market housing provider operating in the region. It's going to provide 108 homes, and not only that, it will sustain 370 direct jobs in connection with the actual build of the development. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, and thanks for being so brief. Your colleague did want to clarify something, provided it's brief. You can do that now, please.
Thank you, Chair. It was just to follow on from the question regarding the roof tax. And we at Story Homes calculate that figure applying the latest inflation to be circa £62,000. And that roof tax money is to go towards the local highways improvements, a continuation of the roof tax monies that we've spent to date on Marchfield, which would take it well over £300,000 in total. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. It's very kind of you to clarify that at the outset. So we have questions for the applicants. I've got Councillor Hislop, followed by Councillor McFarlane, followed by Councillor Carruthers and Dennerley. So Councillor Hislop first, please.
With regard to your development, why didn't you bring H15 forward first? Because that would then carry the distributor road round towards H14. And the second one is, can you tell me which other parts of the development that aren't under current construction? So did you actually come off a cul-de-sac of 35 houses rather than coming off directly off the main distributor road, either Summer Park Road or is it Birchwood Road or way that carries further round?
Thank you, Councillor. I can help answer these questions. The access to the site, this is something which we have to work within our land ownership. So H14 is what Story Homes owns. We acquired that land many years ago. H15 is owned by a different landowner. So our deliverable access, our only deliverable access is through Devagilla. Hence why the proposals are here today. But that access through a existing occupied residential areas is nothing new to Story Homes. I mean, we do have good form of building through occupied development. Indeed, at Marchfield, we have been building for 19 years now. And in our very current phase, which we've nearly finished, phase H10-11, our construction traffic, heavy construction traffic did come through occupied site. It came through Gillane Way and Birchwood Way, so which serve far more properties than the 10 front doors that would pass on Devagilla Road and Devagilla Drive.
Councillor, do you want to come back in with a supplementary
I asked
question?
which ones are coming off cul-de-sacs rather than the main distributor roads, because Gillane Way is the main distributor road for coming into Birchwood Way. Birchwood Way, my understanding from, I've been here a wee while, the original master plan was to have an internal circular distributor road which would go all the way round from Birchwood Way and join back to Summer Park Way at the edge of H15, I think it would be, back onto the Marchfield Road. Now, every development, my understanding is, has come off that main distributor road without going through a small cul-de-sac of likes of Devagilla. You go through the distributor road and then you're just right into the H10 and H11. There's a small, I think you go past one house if I'm correct, but you don't go past 35 houses and a play park.
What I would just refer, Chair, back to the highway safety point, in that we have demonstrated through our transport consultants that the existing Devagilla Road and Devagilla Drive does work. There are indeed traffic calming measures, which our agent explained. There is good visibility. We welcome the planning condition that's been recommended by officers. This is something which is quite common, and we work with officers to show how we demonstrate our construction will be safe. We do that through communicating with existing residents. We give them letter drops. We talk to our contractors, our delivery drivers, explain where to go. And on the infrequent heavy vehicle movements, we will have banksmen, and we'll make sure, there is no conflict with existing residents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Houslop. Councillor Andy McFarlane, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've already sought some clarification from Rachel in relation to the assessment and the viability, and notwithstanding that that's an independent system or process, I find that it tends to take, or it suggests that it takes developments in isolation. So what we have here is an independent assessment which says that this isn't viable, and that the £2.3 million that we think that should be coming from this development to assist us with education and welfare, well-being, etc., won't be available. At the same time, Story Homes in 2023 made £23.5 million of profit, and in 2025, and in 2023, the person who was paid the most within that company was paid almost £900,000, and I find that conflicts me, because how can a company pay one person almost £1 million, and yet we're saying that we can't actually make a contribution to the local community where it is going to be needed? And what will happen there is that the council will pick that up. So I'm just looking at how you as a company can say that you don't think it's viable, because clearly there's a lot of profit in there. And although your profit dropped from 24 to 25, the proportion of profit increased. So, there's a dilemma there, I would think.
Thank you, Chair. The issue of viability is one which can fluctuate over time. If you look back through our accounts in previous years before that, you'll show how we barely made any profit. House buildings is a risky business, and it's not been helped through increasing costs. But we are here today as a volume builder. We want to invest in Dumfries and continue our presence. We've built a long-standing relationship with local trades. This development would support circa 375 jobs if you go off the Homes for Scotland calculator. That's real jobs, real people on the ground who need work. And the issue of viability we have to look at on a site-by-site basis. There'll be other sites in our operating region where we can provide the affordable, we can provide the education, and we can make our profit. In this particular case, which has been tested by the council's independent consultants, we actually demonstrated a reduced profit margin. The standard profit margin should be ordinarily 20%, that's the industry. We're demonstrating 17.5% profit margin on this development. So we're already taking a hit on this unique site. We're also taking a hit on the land value. That's been appraised at the low benchmark value of, I think it was circa £111,000 per gross acre. That's really cheap land for building housing. So we're not just taking a hit on profit, we're taking a hit on the land. But we want to continue our development, leave a real lasting legacy, and ideally stay in Dumfries beyond this phase. Now, there are signs of life. We are getting increased revenues from increased sales prices. They were factored into the very latest viability appraisal. So we are looking at more land. The business is very keen to continue its presence in Dumfries. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor McFarlane. Councillor Ian Carruthers, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's maybe been touched on there, actually, the points, but the Speaker, we spoke to from Story Homes originally. It was just about going into further into the viability stage, and I would like to hear that for value run out of time. Is there anything else you could add to what Mr. McAnulty just spoke about there? But I would like the viability is important to me in regards to taking into consideration its material if we restrict ourselves from allowing this permission to go ahead, and what the policies actually would say that we should be getting. So round about the viability, if that's okay, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. May I just give a little bit more information regarding the viability? Again, just repeating this, we have to look at it on an individual site basis. And this site here at Marchfield H14, it's got some significant costs. It's got circa £3.6 million of abnormal costs. That includes the earthworks, the enabling works, the deep drainage, the Suds Basin. It includes the foundations. We've got a vibropile foundations. So, and retaining walls, nearly £1 million worth of retaining walls. So this site it's got its own challenges, and it shouldn't be looked at any other site. When you look at it individually, it's basically borderline viable as it is, with unfortunately no affordable housing and no education. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Carruthers. Councillor Dennerley, followed by Councillor Beretti. Councillor Dennerley, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Speakers. Obviously, having heard the objections regarding, obviously, safety of children, quality of life within the area, I think they're real concerns in terms of volume of traffic. It did say in the report that there was concerns with pollution and with dust of material, and that could have an impact on health and well-being of children, older people. And so having that one access route is of a concern. And so what other alternatives is there in terms of access so that there can be reduced implications? And in terms of what one person said is that Storey Homes obviously have a fair policy whereby they support greenfield spaces, development of good locations for children and families, and just quality. And there seems to be a contradiction there between the Storey's policy and the actual development itself, and the impact on the environment and just the safety and well-being.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just repeat that the transport assessment, and of course the council's own assessment, is showing that the access is safe. You know, the construction phase will bring vehicle movements, of course, which the residents do not experience at this stage, but that will be temporary. And then once we are finished, there will be very minimal impact upon the everyday life of the Devagilla Drive residents. The way we're building at the moment, and the demand at H10 and 11, you know, we are building circa 50 homes per year. The demand is good, and we feel we could build this site out in, you know, circa 2.5 to 3 years from start to finish. Just in terms of the open space offerings, you know, we do promote that our developments are accessible to all, and this scheme does respond to the planning officers' inputs throughout this process, throughout the years we've been involved in this phase. We've got a new children's play space, we've got green links through the development towards the Marchfield Roundel, and lots of pedestrian links to these desire lines. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Denley. Councillor Beretti, please.
Thank you, Chair. For the members' notice, on page 69, where there is the entry about sustainability and energy, and in reference to 4.90, you've supported with an energy statement. Here we have air source heat pumps in all buildings and planning statement, and you've also put down passive design principles should reduce energy demand in buildings, or we put that down, and I'm assuming that's what you're hoping. I've noticed on the application that I'm going to keep saying this again, there are no photovoltaic panels on the roofs. Now, heat pumps principally are a winter item, and therefore they consume electricity. And again, it must be made clear that electricity prices are going up. It doesn't mention ventilation, but passive house design does, yes, it does reduce if the occupants actually work with the building to make it better. But what you haven't maybe taken into consideration is that every single family has a myriad number of items that work on electricity, whether it's fridges, freezers, heating conditions, televisions, a lot of stuff. And society is getting more and more of them in a house. That isn't going to reduce the cost of living in these buildings. It's actually going to increase. So what was your rationale for not doing anything with PV?
Thank you, Councillor. May I just clarify the proposals at Marchfield H14? So the proposals will respond to the latest building standards. So each and every house will have an air source heat pump. But a quarter of those properties, the largest most properties, will each have a solar panel. Well, they'll have 2 solar panels each. That is so that we do indeed meet the building standards. Alongside that, we will have electric car charging points, fully installed electric car charging points for our customers. So we've met the building standards, and as far as we're aware, that is the planning tests. Of course, we'd like to do more, but viability restricts us from adding on these additional extras. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Belletti.
Yeah, 2 solar panels. It could be 100 watts, it could be 250, it could be 400, it could be 700. Exactly what are you talking about? Because 2 solar panels, to me, would hardly run a kettle. So is this simply because you're 17.5% profit margin? Because I would think that the people who live in these properties, who are going to potentially live in these properties, may question that.
I've just referred back, Chair, to the requirements and the need to meet the building standards. I can't give precise information on the technical spec of these solar panels, but all properties will be in accordance with the latest building standards. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Councillor Belletti. Councillor Walters, please.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to the 2 speakers. I just want to go back to what the second of the speakers had said about the safety of the construction traffic access route. He's mentioned a number of times that the planning officer has weighed up the yes and no's. But when we go back to the council roads officer, it's very clear what the council roads officer says, which is the construction traffic access route is not suitable in terms of road safety. And also, secondly, the single access for more than 100 dwelling houses. So can I just ask how the applicant is trying to reconcile those 2 things? When the applicant has just said in the meeting that the construction traffic access route is safe.
Gentlemen.
Thank you, Chair. So the way I see it, the access through Devagilla, in looking at the physical road, it does deliver our access requirements. That will continue through to our site. The issue of the 143 houses off a single access, that is one of a desire on permeability. Now, in other councils and other parts of the United Kingdom, there's a lot more houses can be permissible off a single access. I've seen approvals of up to 400 units off a single access. So the Devagilla Drive and Devagilla Road, that single access in Story Homes' work is considered to be acceptable, and therefore we would basically we have to seek to proceed with that because that is our option to deliver this site. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Do you want to come back in?
Yeah, I can see that there's difficulty reconciling what they're saying. So presumably you didn't look at reducing the amount of the size of the site that you're developing until the other access was available. Would you have done that?
In terms of looking at the access, we look at that as to whether it's safe or not. The numbers of units that we propose at this site, yes, it takes it above your guidance, but it's still nonetheless considered to be safe. Had we reduced it by X to get it under 100, that would clearly mean the development is unviable, and we would not be here today, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walters.
Thanks.
Are there any further questions for the applicant and agent? In that case, gentlemen, thank you very much for coming forward. You can resume your seats. Members, we're in session. Councillor Hislop, please.
Chair, it's a point of clarification first. We've heard from the applicants that they don't own H15. Now, that would suggest by granting H14, we either accept that H15 may never be delivered because you now have created a ransom strip whose ownership is in another party. Now, if this was a planning application anywhere else, you cannot put a condition on where over other people's land. Now, what we've been told is it might happen. So how can we justify agreeing to put 108 houses through this small junction, which might be a permanent basis, because H15 may never, ever be developed until the viability of paying might be 200,000, 300,000 pounds an acre, because the guy who owns it just now says that's the cost of that piece of land. So that means it's not viable. So we're now putting a detrimental impact on the residential amenity of Devergilla Drive Road, and with no way of guaranteeing that that'll ever be lifted. So how do we do that?
I take it that's a rhetorical question because we can't speculate on what might happen in the future. We have...
Chair, but we already have. We've said that this is going to change. We have no idea if it's going to change, yet officers have taken that speculation to the next step.
I don't know who to ask, but I'll ask Stuart. I mean, I don't know how you can answer that.
I suppose our stance is on the basis of the master plan that is in place for the wider development, that these phases are known about and the packages of land are defined within that. And that part is the material consideration that has informed the officer's consideration of what comes next. And so that is, it's that master plan context that we're looking at in terms of, well, that tells us the story of the phasing and the build out. And there's been some interesting comment from the applicants and from the officers then about the level of confidence in the building that level of confidence around the continuity of that supply from demand for the houses and the products that are being offered. But it goes back to that, what weight do we give to the ADF and that master plan, because that's what we are looking at in terms of the anticipation of what comes forward next.
Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor McFarlane. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thanks, Chair. And I think, my main sticking point with this is that contribution, especially towards the safe road access, which I think, we've heard throughout presentations, etc., that the officers are recommending, it's all within policy, but I think, as the officer said earlier, there's a bit of a balancing act here between the various priorities and policies, and I think it's accepted within the paper that there are objections, but notwithstanding that, there's a sort of pragmatism about this. So I think it would be unfair to take the views of a presentation saying it's all within policy. I think clearly our policy says 100 houses is the maximum. That's Dumfries and Galloway's position, and here we've got 143 proposed. So my concern is, and it's maybe akin to Councillor Hislop, where there's a future predicated on the assumption that H15 will be developed. We already know it's not within the gift of the current developer. And my concern would be by what would be a reasonable way to condition work that would help mitigate the impact of that increased number of houses and that single point of access. Because I'm not really sure how to go about that, and for me that's the kind of the significant aspect of this development. Nothing against development, I know there's lots of jobs tied to this, which is significant to our local economy, but the reality is it goes out with our own roads policy for safe access, or the number of houses served by a single access. So I'm interested as well in the roof tax aspect, because clearly there is some money coming in, but you know, more than £2 million short of what we would normally expect. And I just feel there's quite a lot of concession being made based on a future finger in the air. And while I accept that there's been past performance, that's no guarantee of future success, if you like. So I think there is a risk here, and ultimately we'll have to carry the can if we're going to stay within our own safe road access policy. So I would welcome some advice, if there is some, about how we could work either with the developer or even how we'd work within our roads team to find a way to make that road access safer. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Last, Stuart, to see if we can help you, because we can't invite the developer back to the table. But Stuart, can you help Councillor Thompson at all, please?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Thompson. And you asked about how can we condition a level of security into this, and it was a point that was raised by Councillor Dorward as well. And I don't know if I'll look to my colleagues as well for some detailed advice around the drafting of any potential condition as to whether that's an acceptable way of dealing with the fact that there's a single point of access at the moment, and what might be done in terms of conditioning to secure some further comfort on that. I don't know if Rachel or Laura have any points that they might want to make on that.
Rachel?
Just in terms of the condition that we've got on, so that's condition 14, which is the construction environmental management plan. We have got on there dust management plans and noise mitigation management plans whilst development is ongoing, so that will help in that regard. I don't think we can reasonably require or condition anything off site.
Thanks, Rachel. I'll ask Laura.
Chair, thank you. As you may recall, a number of months ago we had an application across at Cairnryan for McDonald's, which involved promoting a traffic regulation order to do with waiting restrictions, and we took an adjournment and reconvened between decision. The advice that was provided to you at that time was that it was possible to have a condition whereby either development was delayed or occupation was delayed until a certain event happened. In that instance, it was the implementation of a TRO. It would be possible to put in a condition stating, for example, that the houses were not allowed to be occupied until an additional access point had been created. As you've heard this morning, though, the land is not within Storey's ownership at the moment. That would not prevent you from putting that condition on, because the condition would be worded along the lines of they are not allowed to do certain things on land within their control until other things are done. But if it is not within their control at the moment, what the Planning Application Committee would have to accept is that it could result in the development does not take place.
Yeah, and whilst I'm very reluctant to suggest this, when issues like road safety is concerned and members are concerned, we might want to hear from the Roads Department. And if that's the case, we would defer this until the Roads Department invite to be present. But their view is already well recorded, and it's quite clearly that they object. So it really, despite the fact that they might come along, I don't imagine their view would change. So it may be you will have to, the judgment of Solomon, and that's why you're here. We'll move on at the moment, though, having received that advice from Laura, and we'll see what other speakers have to say, and then we'll try and collect or collate opinions of members. So I'm conscious Councillor Thompson wants to come back in, so I'll allow him back in, and then I have Councillor McFarlane, who's already been waiting a while, followed by Councillor Carruthers. Councillor Thompson, did you want back in?
Yeah, it was just to sort of acknowledge the response that was received, and also to note that earlier on we had that advice that in terms of the roof tax figure, that wasn't necessarily, it would be potentially within our gift to recommend that be set higher than some of the figures we've heard today. And I'm hoping that I've understood that correctly, but I'm just wondering if that might help go towards some kind of future mitigation. Thank you. Thank you,
Councillor Thompson. The issue with that is that again might make the project unviable, but again that's for another day and another time. Councillor McFarlane, followed by Councillor Carruthers.
Yeah,
Andy,
thank you, Chair. And it's more of a comment, in fact it's not a question. It's really just to pick up on something that Stuart said earlier about the previous application which we approved and how it was it received public subsidy and such like. What we have here is a private company who are putting this forward and saying that it's unviable. And what happens is they get the public subsidy, and that we as a council then have to pick up the cost that would come forward beyond that. And I only put that out there just so that members are sort of conscious of the fact that whilst this is a private company, we end up picking up the public subsidy because we would have to, as a council, provide those other resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers, please.
Thanks, Chair. I think so. My main concern is in regards to the roads, potential, I should say, roads issues, and you talking about taking an adjournment. I would propose a site visit too. That would really help me. I'm not in favour of this site, the road layout, the constraints that are within there. So I would ask that we actually have a site visit, and with the roads officer on site, so he can demonstrate, she can demonstrate, talk to us exactly what the concerns are. I've heard that some things refuse, it's not suitable. So, Chair, I would propose a site visit. I think it's too important when you're talking about the delivery of 140 plus homes into the local region, which seem like they're selling like snow for ice, so to speak. And so the demands here, obviously, the need. We're in a housing emergency. So I'd be keener to have a site visit too, just to absolutely reassure me about the road safety issues, because that's something that's close to my heart. Thank you.
Okay. Would that site visit be accompanied or unaccompanied?
I would prefer it accompanied, please. And like I say, and a lot of folk have spoken about having further advice, and mine specifically, I would like whether we may well get feedback at the next report, the next committee in regards to the roads concerns, issues, guidance, so on and so forth. But I'd like a roads officer on site at that as well to be able to answer questions when we're there. Chair, please.
Okay, in that case, all debate stops until we've determined whether or not a site visit is appropriate. So we have a proposal for a site visit. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hislop.
Chair, I think we would benefit from a site visit if the roads officer is present to give us his opinion on, and we can ask questions when he's there.
Okay, so are there any alternative views? In that case, the committee has decided unanimously to hold a site visit. Officers will arrange that, circulate date and time, and then we'll reconvene and determine this application at a future date. Debate ceased. Councillor Drysdale.
Thanks for letting me back in, Chair. I support that decision. However, at what stage would we be able to discuss the roof tax? Would that come back to another committee at a later date? Thanks.
We would still be in session, yes. We can discuss further elements then, but only the people that are present today can determine the application when we next meet. Our legal advisor, Laura.
Chair, I wondered if it could be useful, in addition to having your site visit, particularly Councillor McFarland and also Councillor Drysdale there had mentioned about contributions, if it would be useful, as we do in local review body, to have further submissions prepared in time for the next adjournment on the impact to the council of no contributions coming in for education, affordable housing, and also the roof tax, if that would be useful to members, to help them that when they're coming back, they've not only got the roads implications, but they've also got that information in front of them.
I would imagine members want the fullest information, as much information as to allow them to make an informed decision. Members, are you happy we have that additional information provided? Yes. Thank you, Laura. And we'll not meet until all that information is available to hand. Thank you. That concludes agenda item 5 then. That's deferred until a future date. We'll have a 2-minute delay just to allow anyone who wants to leave and to allow Fiona to bring in the register speakers for the next agenda item. Thank you, members. We're back in session. Move on to agenda item number 6, an application for the erection of meteorological mast, maximum height of 91 metres, for a temporary period of 5 years at Crays Hill, 4.7 kilometres south of Moneyhive. This is a full application, reference number 26/0952/full. Recommendation is to approve some of the conditions, and the case officer is Chris McTeer. Chris, if you'd like to take us through your presentation, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, members. This application is in front of members today as there have been 6 or more separate individual objections received on material planning grounds, and it is also the subject of an objection from a statutory consultee. In this case, Glencairn Community Council, and officers are recommending approval. So the site, as the Chair noted, is located just less than 5 kilometres south of the village of Moneyhive on the eastern summit slopes of Crays Hill, which forms a small collective of upland hilltops. Looking at the site in the wider context, the outlined area is land in the applicant's ownership, so the application site is located down sort of the bottom left of the site there. So the proposal is for the erection of a meteorological mast up to 91 metres in height for a temporary period of 5 years to collect wind and weather data. The mast is a tubular construction and is guyed out onto the ground. Access is taken, if you can see, just to the north of the outline site. There's a small triangle on the map up there, which is the access point from the C116N public road at Upper Ingleston. So as you can see, the mast requires a guide layout. There are 4 axes, each with 6 lines on each axis, anchored at 25 and 50 metre intervals from the mast itself. So that makes a total of 8 anchor points holding the mast in situ. This is just an elevational detail of the mast itself. You can see on the outer 2 wires, and it would be the outer wires of each axis, there are bird strike deflector discs added into those. So there are some photographs that I've taken. This is just showing the viewpoints from where I took the photographs. You can see the application site is in a red X. If you're looking this way, it's the other one's unfortunately in black and white, but you can see where the numbers are in relation to the mast itself. So the first photograph is taken from the junction of the A702 and C117. So where you can see the sort of the telegraph pole just in the left of the road there, there's a sort of clump of trees there. And Crays Hill is in the background to the left of the trees that are just sort of breaking over the skyline there. Second photograph is taken from the C117, just a bit further down the road, and Crays Hill again is sort of centre left, just above the trees in the far distance there. Final photograph is taken from the top of a track to the east of Loch Farm. It's just a farm track, and this is actually at the foot of Loch Hill, but looking directly up to Crays Hill and the application site, which is sort of dead centre of the photograph there. It was a bit cloudy, and I got wet coming down off the hill as well. So. Happy days. So looking at the key issues surrounding the application, the mast is typical of a development of this type. It's a slimline structure set out in a cross with sort of guy lines holding it into the ground. As you can imagine, the introduction of a sort of fairly large vertical structure in the landscape requires us to consult out on air safety grounds, and the Ministry of Defence and National Air Traffic Services have not objected to the application, subject to a couple of conditions which I've added in at the end of the report, should members be minded to grant it today. The next point on this is to do with an environmental impact assessment, and it's something that was raised through the process of going through the objections, and it may be something that comes up afterwards. But I wanted to touch on the decision of the Court of Session in respect of Rayshaw Farm, which is a wind farm decision which members are probably aware of and has been had impacts for my colleagues in the major team. So this was to do with a grid connection for a wind farm and whether it was considered to be consequential or interlinked to the actual wind farm development in itself. And the Court of Session agreed that it did. But insofar as the project goes, it was only, they agreed that it was to do with the environmental impact assessment legislation. So the EIA in the Rayshaw Farm case did not include the grid connection, and that's sort of frequently something that we weren't really part of the sort of the wider EIA for wind farm projects. So the point that I was looking to make with this one, the mast in of itself does not require an environmental impact assessment. It's neither Schedule 1 or Schedule 2 development, so it doesn't need to be screened for EIA, and it's not required of that. So our view is that it's not interlinked development. It would be, potentially if it was a permanent Met mast, as required as part of a sort of wider operational wind farm, but the planning service for many years have always maintained that temporary Met masts are not in of themselves energy developments, noting they are linked to potentially a wind farm coming forward. They are there to establish wind speeds in the vicinity of the area. So that's just a point that I was wanting to highlight there. The sort of visual impacts are localised to the area, so they're not significant. And the recommendation, as set out in the report, is for approval subject to conditions, which include time limitation, removal of the development after the set period of time, lighting and bird flight deflectors, the requirement to install those as well. Happy to answer any questions that members might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions for our case officer members? Councillor Drysdale, Pauline, please.
Thanks very much for the presentation. Just a quick question on one of the, are we allowed to discuss one of the objections when we're questioning the case officer, Chair? Sorry, Chair, just a quick question. Am I allowed to ask Chris a question with regards to one of the objections that have been made, or do you want to wait?
You make reference to it, yes.
I can. Thank you. Thank you. It was just
sorry, I was writing down the name of the next speaker.
That's all right.
Pauline.
That's all right. Just the point on MPF 4 Policy 3, Chris, the fact that the objectors are saying that we haven't had we have a duty of statutory obligation to have done a study on the wildlife and bird life. I'll just find out. Sorry, I came in quite quickly there, so I'll go back to which it was. And the representations, I think. Point number...
Wasn't MPF 11, was it? Because that was one question.
Page
about
89.
Whether or not it's tied to a wind farm.
Yeah, under JI, Chris. Thank you, Councillor Hissop. Just your feedback on that would be great. Thank you.
One question was whether or no, one of the objectors, Chris, suggested that we should consider that as part of a wider wind farm development because NPF Section 11 required that. And then you've got a question that Councillor Drysdale asked, which was about bird life and bird protectors.
Yeah, I'll repeat more clearly. Pardon me, it was just, I came in quick. I was taken as a question, before I was ready, sorry. So under J, Chris, on page 89, under the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981, NPF 4 Policy 3, under biodiversity, it states that the Council has a statutory duty to protect biodiversity and conserve species. So approving a high-risk skyward structure without a professional bird or wildlife impact assessment is a failure of this statutory duty. I'm just wondering where we go on that. What's the position from a council's perspective? Because obviously it seems that is important if you look at MPF 4 Policy 3. Thank you. Thanks, Chair, for your patience.
You've got 2 questions, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure, to be honest, with regards to the Wildlife and Countryside Act, whether there's been additions made to that one or not. I mean, appreciating that the council has many roles, and mine falls within the sort of the planning side of things. So I'm not actually sure what our statutory duty would be under that particular sort of piece of legislation. Certainly, NPF 4 Policy 3 is one of the sort of the overarching sort of policies that we have. They're very similar to the overarching policies that we have in LDP 2. Sort of the first sort of 4 or 5 policies of NPF 4 could be considered as the sort of the overarching ones. So there are ones that we do take biodiversity into account when we make decisions of this type. So in this case, I suppose when we look at the impacts on the sort of biodiversity, as I've noted, the structure is laid out as a sort of cross. The guidelines are pegged out. In terms of its impact on the actual sort of physical earth, is quite minimal. There's the base of the mast, and there's sort of 8 points of which the guidelines are sort of pegged out at. So, kind of taking that in, we do consider that these are sort of fairly low impact in terms of the actual, sort of biodiversity on the ground. Whether there's a requirement for any further studies within the site for future development would be tied to the future development rather than this one. Does that sort of answer that particular part before I move on to
I think if
policy
it will
11?
help, on page 86 on the consultations, Royal Society for Protection of Birds has no response made, so they must not be particularly concerned about the environment and biodiversity, other than the minor impact, as Chris, the case officer, has said, and of course there are bird deflectors on guy wires, which are part and parcel of the protection for birds. But again, it'll be a judgment that we'll make once we've heard from the objectors and any other questions that members might have of the case officer. And on NPF 411, can we consider this in isolation, or this must be considered as part of a wider wind farm development?
We've always considered these in isolation. Policy 11 and the equivalent LDP2 policy, which would be IN1, which is renewable energy. A mast, it neither generates nor distributes energy, so it is just a structure.
That's
in the
useful.
landscape.
That was one of the quick points that one of the objectors raised. Okay, I have Councillor John Dennerley, please. Oh no, Councillor Slater first, and then Councillor Dennerley. So David Slater, please, and then Councillor Dennerley.
Thank you, Chair. It's just mainly an observation as such. It's on page 88, and it's under representations, and it's item C. The mast would constitute a significant obstacle within the airspace used by private aviation. Well, I used to work in the aircraft business, and it was all helicopter, and it's difficult to see guy lines and things like that. So it's an observation. I'm just pointing out that it can be difficult to see these, especially in poor weather and that. So it's just my observation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slater. The device will have an infrared signal, so I presume that all aircraft should be fitted with that. But as it's an observation, we'll take it as that. Thank you. And we'll go on to Councillor Dennerley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. So, yep. So it's in relation to what we're talking about with regard to the RSPB. There's no report. So we need to look at page 87, and that talks about, the Community Council and the recording there. So they've obviously identified different species of birds. So obviously with the environment team who are responsible for lessening the impacts linked to that. So really, I don't want to repeat the question, but it's talking about that, to talk about the RSPB, because there's been no response. We need to ask again for that to get a check. I mean, is that something that we should do so that we can put that into the mix for our consideration?
It'll be up to members when we're in session. Councillor Dennerley can put that to members at that time. But I would remind members that the case officer has told us there was not an environmental impact assessment required, therefore, and we have invited RSPB to respond, and we always give them a reasonable timescale in which to do so. So they have chosen on this occasion not to, and it may be even a further request would meet with the same. No response because we can't force any statutory consultees to respond. We simply give them the information and ask them for a response. And I see Councillor Dennerley acknowledging that, so thank you very much for that, Councillor Dennerley. Are there any other questions? Oh, sorry. You're right, Andy, aye.
Yeah, no, just Councillor Dennerley just said thank you.
Aye, thank you. Are there any other questions for our case officer? In that case, we'll move to our registered speakers. We have 5 objectors in person, and then we have the applicant or the applicant's agent. Each objector will be given 3 minutes to make a presentation. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And if each of you in turn would be kind enough to wait in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So the first registered speaker is Gordon Dickey, please.
Gordon Dickey, farm. I probably don't need that, actually. I accept the planner's decision to judge the proposed 90-metre Met mast on its own merit. But those of us who live in Glencairn do not share that luxury, with the imminent threat of numerous giant 200-metre high turbines in the important timber-producing and hugely biodiversity rich Dalmacallan Forest. These are not skeletal and lightweight, but 3/4 of the size of the Titanic. Each one will require 120 lorry loads of concrete into its base. They are not temporary structures which will be neatly decommissioned in 5 years, but they will go on dominating the once beautiful Cairn Valley, not just for our lives, but for our children's lives and for our children's children's lives. Unlike the Met masts, they will not be installed on existing tracks. They will require major construction of new roads, destroying everything that gets in the new road's way. Unlike the Met masts, which the planning paper states will have limited visual impact, these will be brutally visual, far beyond our own parish. Unlike the Met masts, the construction would drag on for many long months, causing serious disruption on local roads and terrifying any remaining wildlife once so abundant in the forest. Unlike the Met mast, the turbines will greatly increase the risk of even more serious flooding. My farm is in the floodplain, and 3 or 4 times a year we cannot get out. And the already dangerous, vulnerable Cairn Valley will be further under threat of flooding. Unlike the Met mast, with its bird deflectors, which sound terribly jolly, and no rotating parts, turbines generate heat, which attracts swarms of insects, and the birds and the bat population of the forest will follow through the blades, leading to a very cruel death. We cannot, with a clear conscience, fail to object to this proposal, whose painfully obvious follow-up is a wind farm which will destroy the unique and beautiful environment of Money Ive and the Cairn Valley. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gordon. Although he's taken his seat, does any member have any questions for Gordon? In that case, thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. Next registered speaker is Heidi Tipaldi. Good afternoon, Heidi. I'm sure that you've already grasped the arrangement. So just whenever you're ready, I'm going to remind you with 30 seconds to go to bring a presentation to a conclusion.
Thank you very much. I'm going to keep it short and sweet, and I would like to entertain you with a few facts that I find quite thrilling and very important for this whole process. So thank you, everybody, for having me. My name is Heidi Tipaldi. I live just a kilometre or so away from where the turbines will be built by the private water supply. And the Met mast itself, I can see exactly where it's going to go. Now, the big thing is I'm here to represent 115 residents who fitted into the timiest objections time zone. We've also got Glencairn Community Council who did an incredible objection to this application. It really matters. There is a huge sense of emotion within our village. And I want to put one document in front of you, and it's your very own. It's the Council's Wind Energy Landscape Sensitivity Study of February 2025. The officer's report uses it to classify the site, but then recommends you approve the mast. I would ask you to read what that same study says about this exact same place. The study assesses this landscape as Assessment Unit 19, the foothills, Dalmacallan area, my home. That is the officer's own classification for this site found at paragraph 4.5 of his report. And what the study concludes could not be plainer. It rates this landscape as of high sensitivity to any turbine over 80 metres. Well, this application is for a 91-metre mast intended to measure wind speed for turbines far exceeding 80 metres, namely 180 to 200. Who knows, it might be 230 by next year. Your own study rates the landscape high or high to medium sensitivity on most of the measures it uses, i.e. unsuitable. Why? Your words, not mine, and I promise you these are your words. They would dominate the landmark hills, highly visible from the settled lowlands and valleys all around, adversely affect the setting of the upland glens above Moniaive. The mast has one purpose, one only, and its purpose is inseparable from the wind farm. That's your own guidance will force you to oppose when the application is submitted. The report asks you to judge this mast on its own merit, but it is impossible to ignore the sole purpose of the Met Mast. Without it, the wind farm absolutely has no purpose. There is a name for presenting a big scheme one small step at a time, salami slicing. The Court of Session has warned against exactly that in recent years, and this mast is the first slice of the Dalmacallan wind farm. See it for what it is. The wind farm developer describes the Met Mast as a standard and vital requirement for project design. So consider the position you are being asked to accept today. Your own evidence base says this landscape is highly sensitive to the very turbines this mast is designed to bring forward. So bound by your own guidance, you will have to oppose the scheme this proposed Met Mast would serve, since it contravenes your own guidance. Bound by your own guidance. So what is the point of approving the mast? The sole purpose of which is to facilitate the scheme that you will have to oppose. It makes no sense. I have more to say, but if you have any questions, come on.
Thank you very much, Heidi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for keeping the time. Any questions for Heidi? Okay, thank you, Heidi, for coming
Thank you very much.
Next registered speaker is Fiona Shimming. Fiona, if you'd like to come forward, please. Same arrangement, Fiona. 3 minutes. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go. It's already on, aye.
It's already on, okay. Good afternoon, councillors. I'm Fiona Shimmings and I live on Dalmacallan Hill. That's practically inside the proposed wind farm that this Met Mast would enable. I'd like to urge every councillor to read every one of the 115 objection letters from the people you represent. We wrote to each of you on Monday morning to summarise the position of the community you represent. In the few days since then, nearly 300 people have added their signatures to that letter. You must judge each case on its own merits. There are many more reasons to refuse this application than to approve it. You cannot be criticised for approving it. You cannot be criticised for refusing it, nor for deferring a decision. I must state clearly, for the legal record of this meeting, in light of the judgment in Rayshaw Farms against Scottish ministers, planning permission should be refused in the absence of any admissible material before the committee relating to the development of the Dalmacallan wind farm proposal as a whole. I want to emphasise that point because I know that you think you satisfied yourselves on that point in your Lair Manach decision, and I want to make sure that you consider it in this case as a point of law. Your legal counsel may wish to take this under advisement, and the committee may wish to defer to allow him the opportunity to do that. As councillors, you will be acutely aware of the economic fragility of this area. Many of you, like me, will have spent decades witnessing the sad decline and demise of our towns, villages, and high streets. It is the spending power of our remaining residents and visitors that keeps our villages alive. We rely on these people. Please ask yourselves why you continue to live here. We know why we do, and why our visitors come. It's the pure, peaceful, unadulterated, and unique natural beauty of our landscape, wildlife, and skies. all of which would be destroyed by the wind farm. This mast would enable.
You have 30 seconds to go.
Every atrocity begins with a single act. This mast may as well be the pen that signs the death sentence for Glencairn and its people. And you, councillors, every single one of you, individually, wield that pen. You can use it to save Glencairn and its communities. You have the power to save Glencairn and its communities. History will record what you do, and hindsight is a brutal and unforgiving judge.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions of Fiona? Councillor Hislop, please.
If we were to approve this mast and the mast demonstrated that it wasn't viable for a wind farm in Dalmacairn would that not be a good thing?
I don't think any mast anywhere would provide any evidence that the developers would take as evidence that a wind farm was not suitable. I mean, I think we all see this for what it is. It's a ruse. It's a first step in the door to the wind farm. You approve it, you look like game on for the wind farm. That's what this is for. They already have a LiDAR unit measuring wind speeds. It's a ruse. And it's an enabling factor for the wind farm. There's so much money at stake for these people.
Can I
it's a
just
game.
ask you to pause, please, because it's just a simple question. We don't continue with the presentation. Are you happy with the response? Thank you, Fiona. Are there any other questions? Councillor Drysdale, please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Sorry, pardon me. Thank you for the presentation. Did the wind farm companies come before the mast to present the mast implication or the wind turbine presentation? And if they did they present any road plans to yourselves? Thank you. Thank you,
We
Chair.
only found out about the mast really by accident. They have an interesting process of the order in which they tell people things, and we, the people who live there, are always last. Even their latest plans, of which you will be aware, they have not told us.
Thank you. Any other questions for Fiona? In that case, Fiona, thank you for coming forward.
Thank you for listening.
The next registered speaker is David Cooper. You have the same 3 minutes, David. I'll give you 30 seconds reminder. And again, if you can wait in case there are questions, I'd be grateful. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I was going to say good morning. It's now good afternoon. My name is David Cooper. I live with my family in the conservation village of Moniaive in Dumfriesshire. And our twin sons attended Dunsker Primary before transferring to Wallace Hall Academy, from where they graduated in June of last year. We live in this historic pastoral landscape of the Glencairn Valley. I regularly walk in the surrounding hills, and I visited all of the surrounding hilltops, some of them many, many times over. I've seen them in every season of the year and in all weathers. Another family favourite walking spot are the forest paths in Dalmacallan. What is proposed here is that yet another of our precious local hilltops is about to be lost, this time not with another forestry plantation or with another communications mast, this time with a meteorological mast that would extend to 91 metres in height, which is approximately the height of Big Ben. It is, of course, obvious to everyone that this mast ominously presupposes that down the road, plans will be formally submitted for yet another gigantic Dumfriesshire wind farm to be sited in this precious pastoral area. Moniaive is listed as a conservation village. I'm of the deep conviction that this whole vale of Glencairn should be similarly listed and protected. In 1910, there was a book entitled Glencairn, The Annals of an Inland Parish, published by John Corrie. In Moniaive, we have the John Corrie Wildlife Garden, which is tended by volunteers in honour of his pioneering work in recording the history, the fauna and the flora of this region. John Corrie's book contains a frontispiece, which is a reproduction of a painting by James Patterson, one of the Glasgow boys. Patterson's pastoral landscape paintings can be found on display today in the Glasgow and Edinburgh art galleries and in many homes in the local area. Patterson and his wife and family lived in the village from 1885 until 1905, and his house is still occupied today. Inside the front cover of John Corrie's book, he wrote this following dedication: "To the memory of my mother, who early instilled into me a love of Glen Cairn and all that concerns its history, this volume is affectionately dedicated." If this proposal goes ahead, not only Glen Cairn, but the whole of Dumfries and Galloway will be even further impoverished.
You have 30
As
seconds
outlined
to go.
As outlined in the open letter sent to all councillors, this is the only moment when you, our locally elected representatives here in Dumfries, and who are directly accountable to the communities in the Glen Cairn and the Glen Eslin valleys, can make this decision. And I respectfully request that you turn down this local planning request. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, David. Anyone, any questions for David? In that case, thank you for coming forward, sir. We now have the applicant, Andrew Smith, appearing. So, Andrew, if you'd like to come forward, please. You have the same 3 minutes. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go, and if you'd remain in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful just whenever you're ready, sir.
Good morning, councillors. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak. It's not morning, is it? It's afternoon. I'm Andrew Smith. I'm Head of Planning and Development at Force 9 Energy. I represent the applicant for the Met Mast. I would endorse your planning officer's report of handling, which correctly notes that the proposal for a Met Mast is a discrete application which needs to be considered on its own merits. Measuring wind speed is an important part of the development process for a wind farm, but not an essential component in the way a grid connection might be. The applications are distinct and not linked. It's not simply about understanding wind speed. Data from the mast will allow us to understand typical wind direction, complexity, shear, and energy yield potential from the site. In short, it will allow us to make better informed decisions about turbine types and predict operational requirements for a potential wind farm in the future. We already have a lot of wind data from the site, from a LiDAR, which was referred to previously, which was deployed and removed from site around a year ago. A LiDAR works by beaming an infrared laser into the sky and measuring returns from particulates in the air. Unfortunately, the data return was relatively poor because the hill was shrouded in cloud for a significant proportion of the time. We'd like to supplement that data set with Met Mast data to allow us to better understand the potential for a wind farm on the site. Again, I would commend your officer's report to you. This is not an application for a wind farm. This is an application for a Met Mast. The Met Mast is a lightweight, non-intrusive, temporary structure which accords with the provisions of the development plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Any questions for Andrew? Councillor McFarlane, please, followed by Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you for your presentation there. One of the final things you said there was that you'd got, I think it's LIBOR, which was doing some sort of...
LiDAR.
LiDAR, thank you for that, which did some sort of assessment, and you said that the quality of the data that you received wasn't of sufficient quality that you were able to make assessments as to wind speed, etc. But this application is for 5 years, and obviously one of the objectors has suggested why not 2 years, 1 year for collecting that data and another year for any anomalies and such like. So can you help us understand what the difference in the quality of the data will be and why it will be there for 5 years? Why is it so long? Thank you.
A longer period of data collection allows for more refined modelling of the wind complexity across the site. The site is quite a challenging site for a number of reasons for wind turbine development, because it's firstly forested, which adds to the complexity of the wind across the site. And it's also relatively steep and isolated in terms of the topography in the surrounding area, and there's a number of valley features. So the wind flow across the wider geography is quite complex. And the more data we have in respect of that anticipated complexity from the site, the more refined we can be in understanding the correct turbine type for a potential wind farm in the future. And if the wind farm comes forward, the nature of how that wind farm will operate, we can model that out so that we understand cost associated with the development going forward.
When you come back, Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So you didn't quite explain the difference between the data you already got from the LiDAR and what this would be, but I would guess that some of that would have indicated that it may have been beneficial to do this, but I really just wondering why didn't we go for this mast in the first place? You know, based on what you've just said about the topography and the trees and how it would all change and such like. So I'm wondering why we've taken that step and then this step. And is there something in that first step which suggests that this step will be beneficial? Thank you.
Yeah, it's what I said in my presentation. The data set that was procured from the LiDAR was incomplete because of the nature of cloud cover that surrounded the site for quite large periods of time. A MetMast, obviously. A LiDAR uses light, the laser to record wind speeds, and when it's in cloud cover, it doesn't operate effectively. There's too much interference effectively from the molecules of water in the air. So that data set is of use to us, but a MetMast will provide us more refined data. It won't be affected by cloud. It's a physical instrument, and it will provide us a solid data set from which we can use to model the wind farm into the future.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor McFarlane. I'm sorry if members of the public didn't catch the process being applied today that was explained at the start of the meeting. We don't allow questions from the public gallery, and we don't allow discussions from the public gallery with elected members. It's simply an opportunity for each member of the public to present a case and then sit back and view the proceedings. Councillor Slater, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation today. But it's quite clear this mast is for. I mean, you quite clearly say it's to get the information for a wind farm. So really, the other thing I said earlier about the mast and the guy ropes coming off it, they can be dangerous to low-flying aircraft and things like that. So, because that's one of the main reasons helicopters crash, they tend to fly into wires, cables and things like that. So that's a concern I wanted to raise. Thank you.
In respect of aviation, your officers have consulted both NATS and the MOD. Neither body have objected to the project. They've also recommended a condition, I think, which requires us, when we erect the mast, and we do this as a matter of course anyway if it's not a condition, to notify the Civil Aviation Authority that a structure has been put onto a hill that's 91 metres high and give the precise location of it so that it goes onto aviation charts, and when pilots are planning flights they can take account of the mast in programming those flights. There are flights at night. Typically the MOD may fly low in that area. There's a requirement for an infrared light on the mast. That light won't be visible to the human eye, but it will be visible to RAF pilots who use infrared goggles when they're flying.
I wasn't just saying about RAF pilots. I know how that system works because you have to say where you're flying that day. And if it's in an area, you get a corridor to fly through, things like that. But really, it's private pilots and private aircraft that's probably flying and don't have all the, what you call the technical information they can get, because you don't get that from the RAF. They don't tell you. You have to tell them. And that's what, but that's the situation as well. I mean, it's quite rare that might happen, but it could happen. And aircraft tend to hit wires, and that's one of the main reasons that helicopters crash. And that's a concern that was raised by the people here today. Thank you.
And that's why the mast gets placed on aviation charts, so that aviators are generally aware of the location of the mast.
Thank you, Councillor Slater. We're not going to debate about it. Councillor Maureen Johnson, Councillor Pauline Drysdale. Maureen, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a question here. We all, with this wind mast, we just want to verify that this wind mast is to verify on-site conditions suitable for wind turbines when operated and installed. And so therefore the mast is interlinked to a wind farm in the future. Would you not at this point, sort of given the level of public opposition and concerns regarding this wind mast, not take that into consideration? Because at the end of the day, the wind turbine is a precursor for a wind farm. Would you not look at the general feeling today and the people who are objecting and have concerns about this? Would that not be taken into consideration at this point? Thank you.
No, as your officer rightly points out in his report and in his presentation, each application needs to be considered on its merits. There was a question about the Rayshaw decision, Woolmuir earlier, and the interlinked nature of applications. And what I said in my presentation is correct. The Rayshaw decision goes to environmental impact assessment legislation, not planning decision making as such. The Rayshaw decision established that a decision maker, you as councillors in this case, can't properly take the benefits of a project into account if that project can't come forward, if it intrinsically needs another piece of infrastructure. And in that case, it's a wind farm and a grid connection. They're intrinsically linked. You can see the disbenefits of a development, but you can't properly take the benefits into account if you can't see the disbenefits of the grid connection as well. This is a totally different situation. We've not made an application yet for a wind farm. The MetMast is to help us to establish whether we want to go down that path or not. So it would be premature of you to take into account any future application for a wind farm on this discrete application which stands on its own merits.
Thank you. How many times, once one of these masts has been erected, is it found that it's not viable to proceed with a wind farm? Thank you.
Maureen, I'm concerned that we're drifting away to questions that are not relative to this application. And the gentleman might not know anyway, and it really doesn't matter because we're only concerned about this particular application, and as our case officer has said, it will undoubtedly be, the data will be used to judge whether or no an application could come forward. But Council has already asked the question, what would happen if it wasn't found to be viable? And the answer would be, they wouldn't apply to build one. But this in itself is a structure. We're always reminded by officers, and Stuart will be the same, we must deal with the application that's before us. You can answer if you want, and how many times, in your knowledge, an anemometer mast is found to be, or the data from it is found not to be suitable or useful in the application of wind farm.
I mean, I can only speak from my experience, almost 30 years of wind farm development experience. When we've erected met masts, we've typically found that the wind speeds are suitable, and we have been, they've enabled us to design responsible developments which have come forward and have been successful. So I can't say in my personal experience that measuring wind speeds has led to walking away from a development, but I can't speak for wider industry, and there are probably many cases where that has happened. I'm just not aware of them.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Andrew, for the presentation, which we've been listening to intently. Just a couple of things I wanted to ask you. Obviously, you'll know most people in this room, and specifically the people of Moniae, pardon me, and surrounds, live in what we call the biosphere. The actual mast will sit in a biosphere, which is extremely important to tourism, as you'll know, in Dumfries and Galloway. Also, it sits in a dark sky park. The sky is immeasurable in terms of area, and the dark sky park is much appreciated from all that visit us, especially on clear nights, as you'll understand. And we see from the report that the mast would be near the SSSI and 1.7 kilometres from the RSA. I just wondered about the objectives of Wind Power North 9 as a company. Do you believe your inherent beliefs in looking after communities and talking to communities? Did you consider at any point speaking to the community before the application went forward? And also, I wanted to ask you, would there be roads that were required to erect this mast, and what sort of impact that would have on the surrounding countryside for the communities and the people that live there? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks for those points. In terms of community consultation, we've been undertaking a programme of pre-application consultation on the prospect of a wind farm on the site. We undertook 2 public exhibitions when were they? March this year, I think. I remember it well, sorry. Thank you. October last year. Sorry, I'm running several projects at the same time. So October last year, and we'll be coming out to consult with the community on a wind farm proposal at the end of September this year, where we've refined designs based on community feedback and further environmental work that we've been undertaking. We've not consulted specifically on a met mast application because we see that as a discrete part of the development process, but we've been engaging on the prospect of a wind farm in the area for several months. In terms of roads, no, there's no roads required to take access to the point where the mast will be erected. The mast gets delivered effectively in a trailer on the back of a 4x4, and then low pressure vehicles, Argocats and Haglunds, will take access to the point where the mast will be erected, and the mast will be put up in situ. So there's no physical roads required to take access to the mast itself.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. Vice Chair, Councillor Barretti.
Yeah, thank you. From a question that Councillor McFarlane's asked about the LiDAR, there's 2 points here. One, how far, in your opinion, would LiDAR travel? Because I know Moniae quite well, and I know that it's not always cloudy, so therefore you must have already gathered enough information, but from what you just said, you're going to present a plan in September based on current information or erratic information or accurate information, because it seems to me that that plan, if you
placing it won't be accurate because you're wanting more data. Is that correct?
We'll be putting forward a plan on best available data at that point in time. We can model with some of the data that we've already procured from the site, but it doesn't help inform fine details around turbine operation and turbine specification and matters like that to get the best out of the wind resource that we perceive may be on the site. In answer to your first point about how far does a LiDAR travel, the LiDARs we use can measure wind speeds up to 250 metres above the point where the LiDAR is installed, at least 300, I think. So sufficient data for large potential wind turbines.
So the LiDAR was placed at what height to get you this incorrect information to start with?
The LiDAR was placed relatively close to where the Met mast is currently proposed.
No, I'm meaning the height.
The LiDAR's a small box that sits on the ground.
Thank you, Councillor Brighty. I see a note from Councillor Walters about being able to view the speaker, but I think we've come to the end of that, so, and I don't think there's enough capacity elsewhere, so I'll just leave that sit at the moment, Councillor Walters. That's on the chat function. So do we have any other questions for the applicant? In that case, sir, thank you very much for coming forward. Members were in session. There are no views against. Oh, Councillor Drysdale, please.
I probably do have to be fair in that I have got some concerns about the application and the fact that it breaches MPF 4 Policy 3 due to the lack of a statutory duty to provide the BirdLife survey, but also other breaches. I'm just concerned about the location, and I would propose that we had a site visit. Thank you, Chair.
Tell me again what you propose.
I would propose that we have a site visit to see the typography and the location for this proposed mast, so that we can have a look at the implication on this community with regards to the area within which the proposed mast will sit. Thank you.
We have a proposal for a site visit. Do we have a seconder for that proposal? Councillor Johnson. Do we have an alternative view? And I have to ask you what you propose to determine by a site visit.
Yeah, I would like to look at the typography of the region to take account of the Dark Sky Park, the biosphere, the Triple SI, and the fact it's 1.7 kilometres from the RSA. And I feel it also could breach MPF 4 Policy 3, the lack of statutory duty. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so we have a proposer and a second of a site visit. Alternative views? In that case, a site visit will be arranged. That concludes this particular agenda item. It has gone 13:40, so we'll recess for lunch and reconvene at 14:10. The lunch is in the small... Good afternoon, members, and welcome back to the second part of the planning applications process. Members, if it's convenient with you, I will move straight to agenda item 8. We've had registered speakers waiting for a considerable length of time. So if you're happy, and if everyone's happy, we'll move it straight to agenda item 8 and then go back to agenda item 7 later on in the process. You happy with that? Thank you. So this is an application for change of use and alterations, including installation, replacement windows and doors, removal of paint and repainting of the external wall, and formation of 2 replacement dormer windows, enlargement of window openings to form door opening to cafe class 3, and flatted dwelling sui generis to form dwelling house class 9 at 5 Castle Street, Kirkcudbright. This is a full application, reference number 26/03884/full, and the recommendation is to refuse. So our case officer for agenda item 8 is Rachel Lightfoot. Rachel, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. As you heard, this is an application for the change of use of a cafe and flatted dwelling to a single dwelling. The application is before you as more than 6 objections have been received. So just having a little look at the presentation, the application site is in red on your screen. It is within the Kirkcudbright town centre boundary. So the front Sorry, I'll start again and put my teeth in. The existing front elevation, as it is, with the shop window door, it does have a fan light above the door, which is not shown on the drawing. 3 windows with the 6/6 panes and the 2 dormers. Existing side and rear. Existing floor plans. And then just moving on quickly through the proposed floor plans. The front elevation as we originally received it. The front elevation as is now proposed, noting in particular the removal of the shop front, the 9/9 on the panes, and again we've lost the fan light over the door. The proposed rear and side elevations, this is just through the photographs, the existing front elevation. And there are the key issues. So this existing ground floor commercial space, which is classed as a community facility under LDP2. We've not received any information to show that the facility is surplus to the needs of the community, or that there will be any overall community gain or alternative provision within the locality. We've not got sufficient information on evidencing that the existing use is no longer viable and the design does not respect the character, appearance and features of the listed building or the wider Kirkcudbright conservation area in which it sits. So the main issue is one of principle. As outlined, the building is in the Kirkcudbright town centre boundary and classified as a community facility. Therefore, policy approach is to require a marketing exercise to be carried out over a 12-month period in order to demonstrate that the use cannot be retained. There has been no marketing report received outlining, for example, how and where marketing is being carried out, including trade websites, etc., or details revised, interest interacted with or interest expressed, and it is considered that in the absence of this information that the change of use cannot be supported at this time. The building is Category C listed and within the Kirkcudbright Conservation Area, and the associated listed building consent has been refused already. There are concerns over the requested alterations to the frontage of the building, which include the loss of the heritage shop front and door, the change of windows, as we've seen, from the historic 6/6 appearance to 9/9, with no justification offered for those changes. The application is therefore recommended for refusal on the basis that insufficient information has been received in respect of the loss of the facility within the town centre boundary. Also, the proposed changes to the frontage of the building being inappropriate to the listed building and the conservation area. The recommendation is therefore refusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Any questions for a case officer from members? Councillor Barretti, please.
Rachel, you're a bit fast with the photographs there. Can you, put that's the current view of the building, isn't it?
Yes,
Right,
that's as it is now.
Right, okay. Because that looks as if it's already had been repainted on the outside. And can you go to the view that it would look like if... So that's the view that it would look like if done right. Okay, thank you, Rachel.
Thank you. Any other questions for Councillor Andy McFarlane, please?
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. I'm looking at point 1.3, where it talks about 9/9. The second principal elevation is 9/9, and then the second one says at first floor level 6/6. What does that mean? Is that looking at?
Sorry, that's the windows and the panes that are over the windows. So traditionally at the minute it's 6/6. So in the bigger window, there's 6 panes within that larger window and 6 panes within the larger window at the bottom for the sash. And as proposed, it's 9/9 instead of the 6/6.
Okay, thank you. And you said something about there's no evidence of the community no longer requires it or such like. How would we normally capture that?
So we would normally be getting a marketing report independently produced that shows that it's been on the market, where it's been marketed, any information that's been received, etc., especially with it being a town centre use.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McFarlane. Any other questions for our case officer? In that case, we have one registered speaker, Richard Rawlinson. Richard, if you'd like to come forward, please. And Richard has an assistant with him to assist him to make his presentation. Richard, I don't know whether you were listening to the previous applications, but you will be allowed 3 minutes to make your presentation. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to bring it to a conclusion. And if you'd wait, please, in case members have questions for you after your presentation, I'd be grateful. So just whenever you're ready, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lisa Rawlinson. I'm Richard's wife. Richard has a visual disability, so he's unable to read the documentation, so I intend to do that on his behalf. Anybody objections? Thank you. Okay, so obviously you've heard the planning officer. I would like to address those issues. Unfortunately, a lot of the objections raised have been made on misinformation and rumour. The main one being that this property is going to become an Airbnb or a second home. That is not the case. Richard and I have bought the property to make it become our family home. So there is no intention of letting it out or taking any commercial interest in that property. The second point I would also like to make is that we do actually have current evidence of the marketing. You should have received an email from, Bruce & Co. And I will read the email out. It says, the business instructed us to market the property on the 24th of January 2025. The business was marketed on Business Buyers, Dalton's Business, Right Biz and Zoopla, and was shared with over 900 registered parties who had indicated they were interested in the sector. Went live on the market on the 28th of January 2025. From launch to accepting an offer, the owners had approximately 10 inquiries regarding the business and viewings from 2 parties prior to ourselves accepting, the buyer accepting our offer. The sale was completed on the 16th of January this year, approximately 1 year after instructing the market, instructing to market the business. So, unfortunately, obviously, communications have got crossed, but we actually have supporting evidence that it has been marketed correctly. Also regarding the loss of a community hub, the gentleman who ran the business has actually retired and is in very poor health, along with his partner and his mother, and he has no intentions of opening the business, rekindling the business. He just did it more of a hobby than a business to keep himself busy whilst he was winding things up. Obviously, I don't know if anybody is familiar with Kirkcudbright, but there are numerous coffee shops and a pizza place that has actually opened up on the high street and a bit opposite St Cuthbert Street. I think there's new cafes there as well. So as a detrimental loss for a community hub,
You have 30 seconds to go.
that's irrelevant. Please may I read a statement? It says, I have appointed Dr. Jack Frostrom, MA, PhD, FRIC, FRTPI, a Chartered Town Planner and Surveyor to undertake a review of the commercial viability of the proposals as requested in the committee report reference 2603844, which is a salient reason for refusing the application. Such a commercial viability report would take time to prepare, and as recognised in paragraph 4.9 of the report, evidence of 12 months acceptable marketing activity may be required. Our independent consultant has therefore asked that a decision deferred for 12 months so an appropriate investigation can be undertaken. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Did you say you wanted this to be delayed for 12 months? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So does anyone have any
Yes.
questions for Richard? Councillor McFarlane, Councillor Drysdale.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm very familiar with Kirkcudbright as I live there, and I've frequented the bistro on many occasions and knew the owner previously. But the photograph that we saw there shows exactly what it looks like at the moment. But I'm sure you'll be aware that apart from the doorway to the side of your property, you know, the first number of properties are all either retail or for refreshment type things. You know, so you've got the wine bar, you've got the pub, you've got the hobby shop and what have you. And it's about your perception when you were buying the place about turning it into a home. You know, did you make any further inquiries as to what the conditions might be? Because it is a conservation area, and how that might be adopted or accepted by the local community. Thank you.
With the premises is that it needs a lot of money spending on it in terms of, particularly with regard to the kitchen fit out, the electricals need completely rewiring, and the windows and the dormers need replacing. So there's a lot of investment that needs to go into it, and the number of covers that the restaurant actually covers is very few, and you know it doesn't warrant you know the investment from a commercial perspective, and hence we took the decision, you know, to convert it or to propose a conversion to a house for ourselves.
Yeah, thank you for that. And what you say doesn't surprise me at all. And I know that you made reference to the fact that there are a number of coffee shops, etc. And there are. However, we have recently lost, you know, we've lost the bistro, we've lost the Old Alliance, we've lost the Belfry. There are a number of restaurants and such like that have closed down. So I think that there would still be a demand. Now, whether it would be your property or whether it be somewhere else, I don't know. But I think that there is a demand within the town for good standard, good quality eating places. And sorry, that's more of a comment. Sorry.
That's fine, Andy. Thank you. Councillor Houser, please.
Just clarification on the statement you made with regard to, was it Bruce and Company that advertised the property? Can I ask, when you purchased the property, did you purchase a residential property or a residential property with a business below it? Because if you've purchased it as a cafe stroke bistro with a flat upstairs, that would suggest that there was demand within that year for somebody to take on a cafe bistro. So therefore your 12 months would have to start from when it was advertised and nobody actually purchased the building.
Well, it was advertised from January 25, and we were the only buyer that was registered who made a firm offer, and we completed in January 26. So I think that demonstrates that there was no actual interest other than ourselves, and we actually purchased it as an ongoing business with a view to reopening it. But when we actually ran the numbers, it didn't warrant the investment.
But do you accept, though, that by purchasing the building as an ongoing business, that 12 months hasn't been completed because you've purchased a cafe, bistro, and there's not been a year since you've purchased it, re-advertised it to actually show that there isn't a reason to have it because someone bought it as an ongoing concern. Therefore, until it's put back up for sale again, you haven't had 12 months where nobody has been interested in it.
No, we purchased the premises. We didn't buy the business. We've not taken over his accounts or anything like that. We just purchased the premises. He ceased trading.
Yes, but what was the description of that premises? Was it a cafe bistro with a flat upstairs, or was it a residential opportunity?
It was described in the document as 5 Castle Street.
Thank you, Councillor Haslett. Councillor Drysdale, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation. Just a few things. I'm quite aware of Kirkcudbright myself as well, and we have lost a couple of businesses, but we've seen the growth of Miller's, which is thriving, and Swally and Scran, the Scran van, as well as Swally and Scran, the fish shop. The interesting thing about this property is I did frequent it in the past, and retailers doing this sort of offering are struggling with the added rates, the cost of food, finding staff, etc. But when you look at this property, my understanding is that the linkage is to the house through the restaurant. Is that correct, or is that the separate door? That's my first question. So at one point, was it a house? I'm not sure. Might be irrelevant, and I'm sure the Chair and the Head of Planning today can keep me right on that one. It does largely sit in a residential street, apart from Miller's and the Masonic pub. The second question, I hope you don't mind me asking, was obviously it's a listed building and Kirkcudbright is very beautiful and we do everything to protect its history and its heritage, its art, etc. So when we're renewing windows, we have to always check with planning as to what we're doing. And in my couple of cases, I was able to change them for PVC, but in this case, I think you'll provide the information. You're exchanging wood for wood, but you've changed the amount of panels to actually more, which is interesting, which would let in potentially less light. So I'm just wondering if you're able to explain to us why you decided to add in more glass panels and more wood, in effect, if it is wood or PVC. It's just really that question for yourselves, if I'm allowed to ask that through yourself, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, from an historical point of view, the building was originally a dwelling house. There was no retail or cafe actually in place. I think one of the submissions from the objections that was sent through was from the Historical Society, and they actually provided evidence to support this, where it's the premises is part of a PER, so it's identical. Well, it's supposed to be identical to the unit that it's attached to next door to the left as you look at it from the front, and we were trying to convert it back to look at that to look very similar to that. I think it's number 3. I think there is an oversight on the panel windows. I'd actually instructed the architect to do it on a 6x6. And he's actually done the submission as a 9x9. So, you know, I accept that is an oversight, and it should be 6x6. And we're happy to amend the submission in due course if that was allowed. But the other comment that was made was with regard to, I think, the shop window. Well, that shop window was actually only put in place in the late 1950s, early 1960s. So people were saying it's of historical significance, well, that's not appropriate when the building dates back to, I think, the early 1800s.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. Any other questions for the applicant? In that case, Richard, thank you very much for coming forward. Members, we're in session. I know the applicant has asked for a one-year delay to allow his architects to do some work on the proposal or on the potential development of the property. But I think it might be cleaner if we simply refuse the application and the applicant has a year to come back with revised proposals without an additional fee. Because if you look at the recommended decision, there are three. Not simply the windows and the bistro and the marketing, there are three. The proposal is unacceptable in principle. It has not been demonstrated the requirements to East Council in respect of existing community facilities has been met. The proposed development is unacceptable. It's not been demonstrated the requirements of the Council in respect of residential use at ground floor level within town centres has been met, and associated supplementary guidance on the historical built environment and the Kirkcudbright Conservation Area character appraisal and national planning framework, in that the proposed alterations would not respect the appearance, character and features of listed building and its wider setting within Kirkcudbright Conservation Area. So the applicant has already asked for a year, and if we refuse, he would have a year to come back with revised proposals. But I'm in your hands, members. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you for your insights, Chair. To be fair to the applicants, they have stated that they did advertise the property, or the agent did for some time. Could we potentially look at less than a year, maybe 6 months, to let people kind of move on with their lives, or is that unacceptable in planning terms and legal terms? Does it have to be a full year, Chair?
Well, we can either defer the decision for a year or 6 months or whatever period of time, and the applicant has asked for a year, or we can simply refuse it and they come back in a year, because there are three different elements to the refusal that the officer has recommended, and marketing is only one of the three. So there are elements of the refusal to be addressed as well, or the officer's recommendation, should I say, to refuse. Councillor Drysdale.
Yeah, I take your points on board, Chair, actually. And I would suggest, therefore, that we consider refusing, but the applicant has a chance to come back with the 6x6 pane window and further just a little bit of evidence more in the papers about the marketing that they undertook and the relevancy of what is actually happening in Kirkcudbright at the moment, because despite the economic issues that we're facing because of the community aspect of Kirkcudbright, there's quite a lot goes on, and the two that have shut have actually two that have opened. And I would actually argue that this is not, to use the word community space, a community space to me is a building such as the community centre in Castle Douglas, where we provide meals for people with disabilities, etc. This was a restaurant, so it was actually a commercial property, not a community space as such, but maybe the
language is wrong. Maybe they should have used public space, which is fine. But
okay,
I think, though, there's quite a piece of work to do, and the applicant, having read out their correspondence from their agent, isn't the same as it being assessed by officers. That would have to happen. And it may be that that information isn't sufficient to support a change in recommendation, which is fine. But I think we need to give the applicant time to resolve the matter, and I think a refusal for a year, or a refusal and they come back here, would be the simplest thing. I see Andy McFarlane's wanting to come in, Councillor Dennerley, but Laura Whitelaw wants to offer some advice. So, Laura, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's just so that there's not false hope given to the applicant in terms of the local development plan. Commercial facilities such as restaurants and cafes are listed as community facilities, and so it's the policy that encapsulates that. It also states that it's for a period of 12 months. So it's just so that the applicant's not given false hope that perhaps it's not a community facility, perhaps it could be less than 12 months. Policy says it is a community facility and it would be 12 months.
You learn something every day, Pauline. That's
Well,
fine. So
I'll
I'll
come
let
back
the other
in, Chair.
speakers...
Every day is a learning day for me, as we know. But I think we should still consider they've done the 6 months. I mean, I would like Laura in legal to answer that, because she is the person here that is in the know.
We do not take verbal assurances as factual. So it doesn't matter that it's actually correct. Officers haven't seen it in advance of the report being presented.
But if the applicant had 6 months, if it was refused today and then he came back with a fresh
Let's have a
application.
debate, and then if you want to make an alternative proposal at the end of it, Councillor Dryce,
Okay,
that'll be
thank
fine,
you.
because I've got other speakers wanting to come in. I've got Councillor Dennerley. Councillor Dennerley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think we need to get some clarity on it. I need to understand that the applicant, with the initial CAFE before, if it's a business, and then obviously for applying for it to become a residential property, I think there's a bit of confusion with regard to that. I think there's not enough evidence there for that. So I think we should maybe we could talk about that the next time. But I think we should maybe hold it for now.
Thank you for that, Councillor Dennerley. And I think we need the applicant to be sure of what it is we're looking for. We're looking for evidence of a sale as a going concern. We're looking for a plan that will reflect the character of the area, and our plan officer says it doesn't fit that, and there's another element to it. So my suggestion would be, my proposal would be refuse it, and the applicant has a year to come back with sufficient information to persuade the case officer to change their mind. If you have a different view, Councillor Drysdale, please let me have it, and we'll have a vote if necessary, if I can get a seconder from my proposal. Councillor Barretti.
No, I'll second your proposal, but I would also encourage that they try and get a history of it, because as the applicants have said, it wasn't a business to start with. It was a private property and then transferred into business. So I think that would be useful to have that as well.
I think the applicant said that was about 1800. I think he and Councillor Hislop was trying to establish whether or not it was bought as a business and a flat, or whether it was bought as a dwelling. But that's all information that could be brought to officers in the course of the calendar year, if that's where we go with that. Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Really, just to seek clarification against your proposal, you're suggesting that if it were to be refused today, the applicant could come back in 12 months' time. Am I correct in thinking that there would be no cost to the applicant if that were the case?
I think I was quite clear, within 12 months there's no cost, Councillor McFarlane, and I think that's why I suggested that might be a simplest route, because the alternative is to defer for a period of time, and then the decision will have to be made, and it might not be in time to allow the applicant to achieve or find all the information and negotiate with our planning staff on how a compromise might be met.
In that case, Chair, I'd be happy to second your proposal.
Thank you very much for that. Stuart, do you want to? No, right. Okay, so we have a proposal, Councillor Drysdale, that suggests that because we don't have the information before us today, we cannot take that as a given. We need to have officers review that. So if you don't have an alternative proposal...
Can I just ask a question through yourself and governance and legal? Does that mean legally, from a planning perspective, a constituent has to come back after a year? A whole year has to pass? Or is it within the year that they can come back? Just to clarify, thank you.
No, I did clarify, and I'm hoping I'm right, and my colleague here will tell me. The applicant, if a refusal is made today, can come back within a calendar year at no cost. If it goes beyond that period of time, then a fee would apply. Stuart?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And the couple asked for a year anyway, so it's a refusal rather than deferral, but then it will be very specific. It'll outline the reasons for refusal, and that will give the family time to try and work around how they might persuade officers to change their recommendation when it comes back. And within a year means it could be 11 months and 29 days. As long as it's within the year, there'll be no additional cost. And they have asked, the couple have asked for a year anyway. I just think it's cleaner that way because there's a decision made today. They will know the reason for the decision and they will be able to combat that over the next 12 months with the work they do themselves with their agent and selling agent or whatever. So if members, Councillor Dennerley, did you want to come back in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, is there another member who's been considering support from the Chair? Because I think it would give time for the applicant to sort out the 12 months, because I mean there's a lot of complication with regard to the information, so I want to show my support for that. So I'm happy to support the Chair's proposal with regard to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dennerley. Thank you. In that case, can you just confirm the decision of the committee, please? Nick?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the application is refused on the basis set out within the report.
Okay, members, we'll go back to agenda item number 7. This is an application for change of use of offices, Class 4, to school/education facility Class 10 at Standard Offices, Park Lane, Dumfries. This is a full application, reference number 2026/0312/full. The recommendation by the case officer is to notify the Scottish Ministers of the Council's intention to approve the application subject to conditions. The case officer is David Herton. So, you're with us, David. So take us through your presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. So the application before members today is in relation to the former Dumfries and Galloway Standard Offices on Park Lane in Dumfries. The application seeks to change the use of these offices from Class 4 to a school or education facility, and that falls within Class 10. The reason this application is before members is that we are in receipt of an objection from a statutory consultee, in this case SEPA, on grounds of flooding. Moving on to the presentation itself, this is the location plan showing the site of the building. So you've got Buccleuch Street Bridge to the south, the River Nith to the west, and there is an area of open space and car park to the north and buildings to the east on Park Lane. This is the block plan showing the building and the proposed parking arrangement. Again, access is from Park Lane. Elevations and sections now. No alterations are proposed to the exterior of the building. Also important to note that there is no extension of any type to the building as part of this application. And then this is a floor plan that shows how the building will be laid out. For members' information, the school is to be for children aged between 10 and 18, those who are neurodivergent and have suffered or are experienced in trauma. The ratio of staff to children is 5 staff to 15 children, so effectively 1 in 3. Moving on to the photographs now. This first photograph is taken from beneath the Buccleuch Street Bridge, looking towards the building in question. This is looking back towards the building, and you can see the Buccleuch Street Bridge just in the the background there. And this is another view of the building from the north. You can see Park Lane running up to the left-hand side there, and the parking area for the proposed school is over my shoulder on the left-hand side. So the key issues with this application are that we have got objections from both SEPA and the Council's flood risk management team on the basis of flooding. Otherwise, the proposals are acceptable insofar as they reuse a vacant building within Dumfries Conservation Area without external alteration, and they do not increase flood risk elsewhere. And as such, given that it is considered to be a compatible use with the nearby town centre, the recommendation is to notify Scottish ministers of their intention to approve the application subject to conditions. I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any questions for our case officer? Councillor McFarlane, please.
Yeah, thank you for that. Could you put us back up the drawings of the internal layout, please? Yeah, thank you for that. It's not very clear, but the entrance, there is an entrance at the top end to the left-hand side of that, then another one further along. So those are the ones that face onto the river, is that correct? And then, is that an exit at the back, at the bottom left of the corner?
Yes, that would appear to be an exit.
Yeah, thank you for that. The reason I'm asking that is within the report it says that if there was to be a flooding incident, there would be no ability to get away from the premises without having to travel through the water. But certainly on one of the photos you showed from the north side, I think it was, there was a lane at the side and it showed to be elevated. So I'm wondering if that is in fact the case, or if it would be possible. No, keep going. No, yeah, that one. So I'm imagining that door's up just to the right-hand side of that car. And as you can see, it's on an upward slope. So I would have thought that that wouldn't have been covered, but I'm just sort of seeking that clarification. Thanks.
I mean, certainly, SEPA's objection is that the proposals would be underwater in the event of a 1 in 200 year flood event plus 20% for climate change. SEPA, in the response, actually required 1 in 200 plus 53% for climate change. However, we intend, if members are intending to approve the application, to attach a directive that encourages the applicant to adopt or opt into SEPA's warning system for flooding along the River Nith, and we feel that that would be sufficient. Thank you.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor McFarlane. Councillor Slater, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, the photographs that were shown there, they must be quite old because that area is all dug up at the moment. I know that they're doing some work below the bridge. And the door at the back, as my colleague said, that was the main entrance to the newspaper offices. It's quite a large door that goes out and it goes out of the whole building at that stage. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, just for clarity, yes, the photographs were taken some time ago. I appreciate that they're perhaps not as up to date as they perhaps could be. And just to clarify that further, having had correspondence with the agent, we are aware now that although the use of the building has not commenced in any way as an education facility, we understand the applicant is using an office space within the building, and that has been recent. I also believe there may be a sign-up on the gable, but that has only happened in the past 2 or 3 weeks, as far as we know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slater. Councillor Hazlitt, please.
Could you tell us, is there any part of the flood defence scheme in front of this building, or is that just all below Devergilla Bridge? Because I think you would have to take into account, there's reference in here that other properties in the area have been given planning permission on the back of the flood defence scheme and the 1 in 75 or whatever it is. Because that can actually increase the water level currently above the flood defence scheme if you've got a higher banking, and it would raise it further back. So are we actually putting some of our most delicate children in here in an area where there is a danger to them if there was a flash flood?
The flood protection scheme, you're correct, offers protection for a 1 in 75 year flood event, whereas, as I've mentioned previously, SEPA were looking for a 1 in 200. So it fails to meet with what SEPA are requiring. However, notwithstanding that, given that the building would be brought back into an active use, given that the warning system should be more than adequate to allow for evacuation measures or for other mitigation, such as sandbags to the building or whatever, to take place, we feel that on balance, this is the correct recommendation to be making here. Thank you.
You satisfied, Councillor Haslett?
I've got the answer. Whether I'm satisfied or not is different.
You know when to come back in? No. No. Okay.
No, I'll leave it, Jim.
Right, thank you. Okay, fine. So, are there no further questions for our case officer? In that case, we have no registered speakers. We are in session. Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, I'd just like to go over the recommendations. I find it perverse that SEPA feel that it would be okay to carry on as a business, but not use it as have an alternative use for it. Surely if you approve it for use, you approve it for use, and I think that we should go with the officer's recommendations. Thanks.
Yes, I would second that. I would second to go with that, yes. Thank you.
Chair, I would move that we refuse on the grounds that we are putting some of our most vulnerable people into a flood zone in line with what SEPA have said. You have to look at what category of people are moving in. They say this is dangerous to the people, and I would therefore move that SEPA's objection is viable and sustainable, and as well the one from the Council's own flood team. So I would move that we refuse this on those grounds.
Do you have a seconder? Would you like your dissent recorded?
Yes, please.
Okay, on that basis, the application is approved with dissent by Councillor Haslett being placed on the record. We move on to agenda item number 10. An application for the installation of 8 of number electric vehicle charging points, low voltage panel, 2 supply charger cabinets, meter cabinet, substation, 2 metre high timber fence and associated works at Morrison's, Brooms Road, Dumfries. This is the full application, reference number 26/0967/full. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and the case officer is Jamie Mackenzie. Jamie, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Hi everyone. Just a quick point before we begin. I've made a slight oversight with this one. It ended up being added to the agenda late, considering I was waiting for an amendment to come in from the agent, and the proposal description should read for the installation of 6 electric vehicle charging points with 4 charging bays. It's already been updated on our system. It's just not quite up to date here, but already changed it. So hopefully that's all right. I thought I'd mention that as well in case you're looking at the charging bays later on and thinking, hang on a minute, this guy can't count. So I'll just walk you through it. The reason this one's gone to committee is it's had 6 timeous objections in from neighbours across the road. So I'll just begin the presentation now. So yeah, this one's at Morrison's car park. I'm sure you're all familiar with the site, but I'll just kind of give a quick rundown. The plan's pretty small there, so hopefully you can see it. It's just at the south of the site, adjacent to the roundabout, and the objections have come in from the neighbours just to the west there, across the roads. So here's what it looks like at the moment. You've got all the normal car parking spaces as existing, and here's the block plan showing the trees, because there's some trees involved in this one. That's them obviously circled. So I'll move on to showing how it would look proposed. So this one involves 2 trees being removed to make way for the proposal. As part of the process, we tried to see if we could retain the trees, but ultimately the agent decided this was the most feasible location for them, and the 2 trees would be lost there. So that kind of shows as well the 6 charging bays, the 6 electric vehicle charging points, and the substation and associated infrastructures just next to that. I wanted to touch on as well, it's not mentioned on this plan, but there's a electric vehicle charging screen just below the points there, below the parking spaces, and the substation has a 2-metre high timber fence around it too, as proposed. So moving on, here's how the supply cabinet looks. There's the elevation and the floor plan for it. Just pretty standard for this kind of thing. There's the substation enclosure. Shows how that looks. The meter cabinet. The enclosure for that one. Quite a few of those. There's the screen and charger details, which shows how high the electric vehicle screen would be, and how it would kind of look from the elevations. So here's the pictures. This is taken inside the car park towards the site looking south. And you can see there on the right of the picture the 2 trees there. They are quite prominent. They would be removed from the site to make way for the proposal. There's the view towards the southwest, which shows the rest of the trees at the site currently. The view north, which is quite a good one, shows the neighbours which have objected on the left-hand side and the trees on the right. And it shows the area of grassland there at the front of the site, adjacent to the roundabout. And there's the green space there again. And there's the view west from that point of the car park, showing the trees again from that perspective. There's the view east facing the car park, just so you get another idea of the trees as well. So yeah, for this one, the key issues have been the layout, landscaping and visual impact of the proposal, the residential amenity issues which the objectors have raised, the access and servicing, which roads were consulted on the proposal and had no objections, given that there was plenty of space throughout the site to accommodate the electric vehicle charging spaces. And the other key issue is the tree loss, with the 2 trees being removed. There would be a condition added to a grant of consent with 2 trees, a replacement planting scheme being approved by us after the application's been approved, so we can assess if they're being replanted appropriately. Yeah, that's that one there.
Thank you, Jamie. Any questions for our case officer? Councillor McFarlane, then Councillor Slater.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Have they given an explanation as to why they've chosen that location? Because obviously there's going to be the interference with the trees and such like, but that's a massive, massive car park. I just actually put up on my phone to have a look at the map of it, and it looks like there are electric points as you drive in, and I'm wondering why they're choosing to put them away across there, where clearly you're getting some objections from some of the local residents, but there are clearly alternative sites available, so if there's a rationale, it'd be good to hear.
Yeah, I asked the question early on in the process once I saw the objections coming in, and yeah, quite rightly the objections were saying they were valid and saying anyway that it may impact their residential amenity being so close, and a few points were raised. So I did ask the rationale behind it with the agent. They said they'd looked into multiple different locations within the site, but ultimately this was the site they'd settled on. They mentioned as well it would incur greater costs to them going forward if they were to change it up and go elsewhere in the site. So they decided they wanted it there. So that was how we had to assess it ultimately. Because I did suggest to them, could there be a better alternative site within this car park given the size of it? But that's what they come back with.
So reading between the lines, there's no rationale. It's just what they've chosen. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McFarlane. Do you want to add to that, Tony?
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I saw those as Tesla chargers. If I'm right, those come in a ready-made module and are just simply taken from the back of a lorry and deposited. So there's no building, there's no construction work. They're just deposited down and linked in directly to the cables. Is that correct?
That's interesting. I never knew that.
There you go. That's a tip from Councillor Barretti. Councillor Slater, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Is it possible that because there's power cables there and Scottish Power's just across the road, is that one of the main reasons it's maybe easier access for power there rather than accept another park? There's quite right, it's a large car park. Why they could have they could still put it somewhere else, I must admit. They could. So I'm just wondering if it's because of costs and electricity supplies. Thank you.
Jamie.
It could possibly be something to do with that, but it's not something they mentioned. It's not a reason they gave for wanting to have it there. So I can't say for sure whether that is one of the reasons.
As usual, though, Councillor Slater, we judge every application its merit. This is what's before us. That's what we'll decide on. If there are no other questions for our, I've got two. Councillor Drysdale and then Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Jamie. It's quite ironic in Dumfries and Galloway that we're getting electric chargers everywhere, but at the expense of tree cutting all over the place. So I wanted to ask you, Jamie, I know we are awaiting the council to make a decision as to what the tree planting scheme will be. And as we have our resident expert, Tony Barretti, Councillor Barretti, in the council chamber today, we could maybe refer to him, because I can't seem to find this online anywhere. When we're putting in these charging stations, are the trees removed because it's the roots that permeate this, the battery charging unit part of it? And question B, I think that one's for you, Tony. The second question is, in the tree planting schemes, can we be reassured rather, that the council will plant like for like? Because we could plant a tiny wee fir tree in its place. We just don't have that assurance as councillors, so it's very difficult for us to make these decisions because we're often not given the full facts whilst we understand the benefits of electric charging. So perhaps you could answer those two questions, Jamie. Thank you.
Go to recommendation number 2 on page 136, and it tells you, they tell us the type of plants and we decide on the scheme. That's on recommendation 2. I would have to say, members, if you're not happy about the trees being taken down, you can refuse the application. But anyway, Jamie, do you have a response for Councillor Drysdale?
I do. There's one other thing I neglected to mention, which I should have touched on. We have the council tree officer was consulted on this proposal. Forgot to mention that. I really should have. Sorry. His response was basically, in preference, we would prefer no trees to be cut down, of course. But they'd come back with their final amendment, and we were kind of negotiating it right up until the last moment, and that's why this one was kind of late being added to the agenda. That they just felt like where they wanted it, the trees had to come down. And they had an arboriculturalist as well that written a report to say the trees were in good health as well. But they felt that these two had to come down to make way for the proposal the way they wanted it to be. So in response to your question about the condition obviously if it's up to them to submit the replanting scheme, so they would come back to us and say, here's where we propose the replanting within the site, and then our tree officer will be able to look that over, and he's the expert there, so he'll be able to say, yes, this looks appropriate given the context of the site, or no, they should be doing it different in order to mitigate the impact that they've made in cutting them 2 trees down. So that's the way it would probably go with this one.
Pauline?
Ken, but it still doesn't answer the question really in terms of hopefully the new tree, I call him tree surgeon, tree expert can make sure that the council does plant like for like, because otherwise I don't really see the point, even if it's elsewhere. But the actual units, why do we have to take away trees for these units? I thought they were quite small and the roots didn't impede. I just don't understand why we have to keep doing that. And I think a lot of our community across Dumfries and Galloway are asking the same question, but nobody seems to want to answer it. So I'm just pushing on that one, but perhaps we don't have an answer today. Thank you.
I think that was an observation, so come to Maureen. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a question. I've been trying to see what size the spaces are. Has there been any provision made for disabled drivers?
As far as I can remember with that application, there's been no sort of recollection. The sizes of the spaces, if I remember rightly, are 6 metres by 3.
It may be that's adequate for disabled drivers, I don't know. And again, if you're not satisfied with the information you have, then you can either refuse it or defer it. You have the dimensions, 6 metres by 3 metres, it would be 18 feet by 9. Stuart McMillan would like to help.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Councillor Johnson. Yeah, so obviously the council's road officer was consulted in looking at this, and I think what you're asking about goes to then what is left within the provisions of the entire car park that serves the Morrison supermarket, and I think there's a part of this that also serves the Chamber of Commerce offices across the road as well. So that will be part of the evaluation of what does this mean, that this loss of 6 car parking spaces in that context of the wider retail complex. I don't know the exact details of that, but the roads officer hasn't raised any objections to the loss of these 6 spaces.
Thank you.
Councillor Slater, did you want to come back in?
Yes, please. It's regarding the cutting down the trees. You cut these large trees down and they plant twigs, so it'll be, what, 30 years before anybody can sit below them in the sun, or out of the sun, I should say. So it's all right saying tree planting. Well, it's just an observation. That's it. But cutting large trees down and sticking a twig in is not really the answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, are there any other questions for our case officer? There are no registered speakers, so we're in session. Councillor Hazlitt, please.
Chair, move the recommendations.
Councillor Beretti has seconded that. Are there any alternative views? In that case, thank you. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
So the decision is to approve the application subject to the conditions in the report.
Thank you, Nick. Move on to agenda item 11. An application for the erection of a 132 kilovolt collector substation, electrical plant, ceiling end compound, control building, parking, lighting, suds drainage, boundary fence, formation of an associated access track, landscaping and associated works at Home Hill substation, 2.75 kilometres to the northwest of Carfern and 12.5 kilometres southeast of Domellington. This is a full application, reference number 25/2178/full. The recommendation is approved subject to conditions, and the case officer is Rob Lilburn. Rob, are you with us?
Yes, with us, yeah. Hello. Yes.
Can you just take us through your presentation, please?
Thanks, Chair. Okay, yep, as described, the site is just off the A713 within the regional scenic area, just northwest of Carsfairn. And if we have a look at the next slide, thank you. It's an open kind of landscape, sort of dominated to a degree by forestry, and the proposal is to set the substation within the backdrop of the hills. The site has been chosen on the grounds of its proximity to the existing overhead lines route, and the substation would ultimately connect wind farms, both consented and wind farms that are proposed, with their proposed connecting infrastructure, overhead lines, for example. It would connect those to the wider grid. So that's the purpose of it. There's two sort of main elements. There's the cable ceiling end compound, which is on the bottom right of that image. And that would link underground lines from the substation up to the existing tower lines route, the DE route as it's called. The underground cables obviously going up to the main substation, which is on a platform to obtain a flat level on this sloping ground. That in turn would connect to future grid connections. So, for example, on another slide, I know that they've shown indicatively the Lorg to Home Hill overhead lines, which were previously presented to Planning Committee as a Scottish Government consultation under Section 37. That's yet to be determined, by the way. It might be worth going to the next slide just now. So that gives an indication of the fact that the site is sloping land on the hillside, and how the earthworks would be carried out to obtain a level site for the equipment, and for the access routes and for suds ponds, for example. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide shows the position of the sections that are to come in the next slide. Can't zoom in, unfortunately, now. So we'll just go to the next one for now and see if that see how that helps us. So that shows the degree of sort of building up that would be involved, and I've just made a quick note to help explain some of that. So, for example, for the substation platform, which is the main substation at the top of the earlier site layout, there would be an embankment which would rise by some 4 metres vertically over about 10 metres horizontally. That was section AA, but I don't know if you can really see that on that previous slide. It's a bit too grainy, unfortunately. Those are it's one of the sections running from the bottom to the top of the slide across the main substation. The cable ceiling end compound has got less building up involved, with, for example, at the access roads, the cable ceiling end compound, there's a rise of about 2.5 metres over 8 metres, and that would include underneath it culverting a minor water course. Next slide, please. That's the same again. So that's another section as indicated previously. Maybe won't dwell on that for too long for the moment. Thank you. So that shows the electrical layout of the main substation. So as you can see, once finished, there would be 4 car parking spaces for maintenance staff. There would be a compound for staff facilities, and obviously the rest of it is given over to the equipment. The next slide should show an elevation or a section through of the substation. No, okay. So the compound, similar, yeah, thank you. So this one shows the main substation and the various pieces of switching gear and gantries. The tallest feature is about 9.5 meters in height, and that's shown at the top right. On the next slide, please. Same again. The green lines, by the way, they indicate clearances for equipment safety clearances. So that's not showing operational development specifically. Next slide. Cable ceiling end compound as it links to the existing pylons, and they've obviously colour coded these lines. The maximum height of the equipment, excluding those linking cables within the cable ceiling end compound, is 4.5 meters thereabouts. And on the next slide, that shows the proposed landscaping, which they are intending will reduce the visual impacts or potentially landscape impacts of the development. The intention is that planting at that position would gradually reduce the visibility of the equipment. Over the years, it's envisaged that it could take between 5 and 15 years for that to come through to maturity. And the next slide. Okay, so this is an indicative view of the development, which would be the image anyway is taken from, or the base image is taken from the A713 close to the access to the dwelling at Brockloch Tower. So that's looking in a northeast or northerly direction, and I think in the background is Cairnsmore Carse Fair, which is probably shrouded in cloud at that time. Okay, and the next image. Same then as well. The hills behind are covered in cloud that day. So that's the access will be taken from there, and the proposal is underneath more or less those overhead lines that they stretch across. You can see on the left-hand side some of the existing commercial forestry, which is characteristic of this upland setting. And the next photograph. Same again, really, just to give a bit of a wider view. It's quite tricky to get the photographs. There is some. Our site is on the right-hand side of that dry stone wall that's running away from the point to the photograph, and as you can see, it's quite sparsely populated. There might be some self-set trees in the distance. Next slide. Similar again, just from tried to get a slightly wider angle of the setting. So our site is beyond those broad-leaved trees that are in the middle of the photograph. So that's taken from close to Brockloch Tower. And the next photograph. Right, this is taken from the access point, just to try to give a flavour of its setting across the valley. So, and I've tried to annotate the distance to some of those hills that you can see there. And the next image. Again, a wider setting. So excuse me. Our site would be on the left behind those trees, with Carsfairn down towards the middle right of the picture. And the next image. Same again, just to try and give a little bit more detail. And the next photo, please. Okay, yeah, so this is looking in the other direction to most of those other pictures. That's looking northwest up the A713. So Carsfairn was behind me at that point. And the next photo. Yeah, this is from Carsfairn. Couldn't see much, unfortunately, on that day. So our site is somewhat obscured, unfortunately. The next photograph shows it on a better day, and that links to that previous photograph. I didn't take this one myself, but the site would be to the left. Now that Dodd Hill is in the centre, and Dodd Hill is behind Home Hill. So it's really just to try and get an impression of even what visual effect this could have from Carsfairn itself. And the next photograph, yeah, that's another attempt to get a good view of the site, and I think hopefully that speaks for itself. But that's from the way out of Carsfairn. That might be the last photograph. No, okay, good. Yeah, this is on the way into Carsfairn, and it's really just to try and get that wider perspective again, and to demonstrate how this would fit within the wider landscape. I think that's the last photo. Yeah, thank you. And that's a summary. So hopefully that's enough to conclude this for now, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Rob. Any questions for our case officer? Councillor McFarlane, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. At point 2 under consultations, we have 2.1 where Carsfairn Community Council have raised objections and given 3 or 4 different points there. However, when it comes to representations, it says that no objections, no representations have been received. So I'm just, how do we treat the consultation? Is that, do they have to then make a separate representation, or can we actually take that as an objection? Thank you.
Rob.
Yeah, well, we have taken that into account in the material considerations raised in the consultation response. There haven't been any individually named representations on the application, so we take that as a consultation response, and the material considerations raised are brought into the assessment of the application.
Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you for that. And clearly on that basis then, nobody at Knockangarroch, I think the house was, they haven't complained, so I'm quite happy with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McFarlane. Any other questions for our case officer? In that case, members, we're in session. Councillor McFarlane.
Officer's recommendations.
Thank you. Any alternative views? In that case, Nick, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please?
The application is approved subject to the conditions set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Members, that concludes the business for the day. Many thanks for your input and your representation. Meeting's closed. I'll see you in a month. Thank you.